for his team. He's got to get out of here for just a second though. The armor swap is there, but it's not going to be a full one. They do get the first knock though, as Oirain goes in with that Havoc. So now Reject Winity find themselves down to a 2. However, with the Watson, they can just slow down this push a little bit more, and they can stick that res as well.
They can stick the res. Serenity are in the area. So Aurora, no, they have to push it. They have to commit. Sangjun goes down yet again, thanks to Hardeki's damage. But Aurora have 2 teams to worry about now. It is not a simple push for them.
ちょっと遅れちゃった。あ、ポケポケさん、走り。
The RCR to be able to survive. It looks like you can see Serenity are looking at thinking about third party in this, but it's going to be Reject Winity who go down. And Aurora will win their first fight of the day. They look like they should have time to reset here. Because here comes the third party, Serenity. They want a piece of them.
Yeah, Serenity's so aggressive. They know that Aurora are weak, and they are going to go in. They are going to shred. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Serenity have done the initial damage. Can they follow up? There's still a chance. And Aurora, oh, it's so close. Legacy with a slither of HP just survives, and Serenity will get the job done. No other teams in the area so close of surviving there for Aurora. That is heartbreak.
Gold knock is going to be big for getting the teammates up. Oh wow, that's how close these fights are going to be today. 1 HP, the difference between Aurora living and dying and watching. On the observer screen, that's where the zone is going to be going. You can see that maybe it's going to pull a little bit more south than a lot of these teams initially thought, and that's why you're seeing Dark Zero now in a very, very strong position. VP
ダークゼロめっちゃいいとこいるね。VP やりきったらもうゼロ vs シャーキーやけどめちゃめちゃ良さそう。ダークゼロチャンピオン、VP チャンピオンチ。でもダークゼロがどこか。
You have to take it because these points could be everything to get yourself towards match point. Remember, you have to get to 50 points. That then puts you match point eligible, and then you win 1 match after that, and you will be the victors here today.
Now this fight here, or potential engagement, I should say, is completely isolated on the northern side of this zone. It's between Cito and Cascade Falls. It's going to be between Fnatic and Disguised, and I'm pretty sure that Disguised don't want any of this. And yep, there's the answer that we were looking for. Straight in the Trident, straight out there. They want to try and extend this game a little bit more. It's Fnatic who were in fantastic fighting form yesterday. They probably looked at, probably thought, hey, this could well be them. It's just not a fight we want in our first game.
レースのイメージ強いんだけど、あ、ヒグマタラさん、はいや。どうよ。デザインフルさんってめちゃめちゃレースのイメージ強いんだけど、私だけかな。
And TSM don't need to push Legends, they have the better position, they can literally gatekeep them and force them to come to them via the zone. And they have spotted Legends Gaming now on the cross. It's whether they can get enough damage to get a knock.
Koiful taking a little bit of zone damage as well, gets that bat off though. However, he's just getting mowed down. And it will be reps and a combination of the zone that takes him down. So now Legends Gaming in all sorts of trouble.
ライアンスどこ行ったんだ。マップ配信ないの今日も。ここ入ってもでかいんだ。これはいいもん。今日マップ配信や。はい。今日はビージェンありがとう。
Well, TSM might be the gatekeepers at the moment, but they may become the gate kept. Depending on how they plan their rotation, they move further east. Kinotrope are going to be waiting for them.
Oh, Miyake! Oh my god.
Gets taken down, but it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. It's Kinotrope on this side.
お前ならある？いやー強い。LG か。アルファさんが残ってるのか。アルファさんだったらあるんじゃないんですか？おい痛い。
But maybe they'll play this one a little bit safe. And all the meanwhile, by the way, TSM has to still consider what could be happening behind them.
Well, one thing that is happening behind them right now is Koiful going down to the ring again. So Legends Gaming, who they were holding out a few moments ago, are struggling just a little bit here. Stabilize and get back into the game. Just looking at our mini-map, it looks like they will be able to get inside a zone, but it's a long, long way for them to move. Elsewhere on the southern side of the zone, this is Dark Zero. And remember, they were trying to work their way in from the west.
いやこれは VP に軍配か。
Who were holding them out a little bit earlier, but speaking of holding out,
TSM
are going to do a job here on Disguised.
Yeah, Disguised, they came in late. We saw they were on a big rotation onto the eastern side. TSM can hold them out here and can use the zone to their advantage. But remember, LG are going to be on the other side. Wraith Ball could do something.
ふさ
That's designed for somewhere
フラ
to
ティックどこ行っ
find
たんだ
somewhere,
ろ
excuse me, to put the other
う。
end
前
of that
進ん
ball
だ
down to get his teammates safe. Can he
マップ見
outright
て
take
ない
TSM?
選手の下は見てないから分からんわ。
The answer might be yes. Some good damage coming in on both sides.
強い。
Halley's the last of
お
them. It's a 1v1 and
わあ春ならあったけど
the damage that was exchanged
死んだ
means
から
both
キル
teams
ポが
will
入ら
fall.
ないと。おお昨日
Now
の
we go over to the other side of pylon now.
昨日のあれですか再来
To where everybody is
昨
starting
日
to
の
stack
フ
up.
ァイ
None of
ト
these teams are in the zone, by the way. There's 4 of them outside Jurassic, all kind of fighting. Looks like Legend.
今日はあっち側の家だったけど
Fnatic just as the last 2 teams to maybe have a little scrap. It could be a straight 3v3.
フナティックって1位から始まんないのてかさ順位どこ行ったそういえばさっきあれ寝起き感がいや3時に起きたよ 12時ぐらいに寝て3時に起きたこれ起こせるんじゃん
Trying to find any sort of damage through the smoke, and it's not necessarily working out from right now. All the meanwhile, all these teams who were in pylon earlier can watch over all of this commotion and try and pick up some KP.
Fnatic will be eliminated. You are not able to clutch up for his team in the way that you would imagine.
それちょっと気づかないのウルト投げないわけ投げなきゃダメでしょそれはこれもしかしてあらって初動ファイトされてますなんかさっきから名前が見えないんですけど絶対殺すのいるあヒーくんおはよう
They're back up to a full 3, so at least they can calm down for a little bit. Serenity have just
なんか
got out of dodge there. They didn't want to take that fight, and they leave the body behind.
You got to say, Legends Gaming have done a really good job of even getting in
悲
towards
し
this
くなっ
zone.
ちゃっ
We saw just a
て
few moments ago being held out by TSM. Well,
無事に起きれたみたいいや3時から起きてんだよ私実は3時から起きてアライアンスいるよ悲しくなっちゃってまた で心が病んじゃうからお散歩朝の5時に散歩行って帰ってきて今
not taking that fight directly because they knew what a power position it could be, and then they could share the bottom of this circle. So both of them will be fine for now, and are really going to be the ones to watch when we get to that last circle. Cloud9, another team that can be a real threat, but Serenity, Legends, Omit, SSG, Not Moist, Alliance, they've all got to move now. Circle's coming in.
Luminosity will be eliminated. We're now into our top 10. Half of the lobby has fallen. As Zone 4 starts to close, Serenity trying to go forward, trying to work their way towards Zone. Everyone who's on this side of the zone at the moment is probably thinking kills is our way for points. Not Moist in the kill feed as well, as are SSG and Ziny. He's found himself a wingman. As player K is looking for bodies.
Oh, SSG are doing so much. Serenity will eventually fall. Legends still staying together, still wolfpacking at the moment and surviving. Alliance go down. Omit the next to fall. 7 squads suddenly, just like that, with a snap of your fingers. Now Strafing Flame, he'll actually take out the remainder of SSG. Just 6 squads here.
6 squads remaining. Everyone who banked on Pylon now has to leave, and you can see what a problem that is. There's only room enough for a certain amount of players at the end. One team who's doing a really good job here on this northern side is going to be Not Moist, but here comes Legend Gaming.
いやーレジェンドゲーミングマジノリに乗ってるマジであるぞこれ
Yes, they can, but sadly, there is always one more, and it's Cloud9. They hadn't even found a victory until yesterday, and now they find themselves in the final 3 here in the grand final of match 1. Now, Dark Zero, Virtus Pro, and Cloud9, your last 3 teams here in match 1. VP on the southwest, Dark Zero on the southeast, but Cloud9 are the first team that have to move from the north.
Everybody full, everybody healthy. All Excel is going to be popped here as well. You can see that the utility is going to be a big thing. And from where all of those fights have taken place, you would imagine that every single player on these teams with the ult excels, with the fact that they haven't had to directly engage VP and Dark Zero, should have their ultimates available. Like you say quite rightly though, the more treacherous path here is going to be for Cloud9. They have to work their way uphill. But Dark Zero,
Dark Zero はガチや。
here on VP.
Dark Zero getting very
シャキ
aggressive
を
on this, bro, and they might see those blue shields and say, actually, maybe we just take this fight quickly before the
9枠にするために1004ポイントいるのえぐい。いや、それな。ちょっとサイクスが崩れすぎたか。
which he now will not have available a little bit later on. Dark Zero always thinking one step ahead.
わー、そっち行っちゃうんだ、クラウド9。下がるか、さすがに下がるか。さすがにね。バイテクのしかね、2人現在3人しか打つかなくて、相手の位置把握できてなかった。そういうことか。アライアンスはいつ死んだんだ。いや、ダークゼロ前にウルト入っちゃったから、後ろのパーティー、下から上がってくるパーティーを弾けるかどうかがマジで鍵やな、これ。
So now you start to question, hey, Cloud9, they might be the only team with their ults available, thanks to the fact that VP and Dark Zero had that little kind of dance on the top of the hillside here.
Yeah, Nox grenade can make a big difference.
Oh my god.
An amped up Sentinel. Dark Zero need to be well aware of the positions they're taking. They know they're a little bit vulnerable now. There's that small gap between the trees that Price is just trying to
まだ
find the axis to
VP
get a
は
shot.
キルポがないな。
And all it takes is one headshot could really make the difference and maybe encourage C9 to push up this hill.
Fascinating, isn't it, that we have Sharky on one side and we have Zero on the other. Long-term APAC South fans would probably think that that was impossible at one point. They were almost joined at the hip when it came to playing together, to sharing success. But now it's opposite sides, opposite colors. And Dark Zero is starting to disappear here. This palm tree is serving them well.
It does seem like Cloud9 and Virtus Pro are both focused on Dark Zero right now, and when Dark Zero recognize that, they might have to just commit to fighting one of them and try and play for second place. It's such a horrible thing to have to do.
クラウド9はダークゼロの方を倒したいよな、やっぱり。あらららら。うわ、これもうサイクス激横プンプン丸されちゃうやつ。
May not be an opportunity to get a red as well. You will see now. Bangalore ultimate comes down. Rolling Thunder will do a lot of damage.
あー、
Sorcerer's
で
gonna
も
fall because of
返
it.
し
And
が。
actually, it's advantage for Dark Zero swinging this. Dark Zero
あー、
swinging
詰めてくるよね。そうだよ
This is their
ね。
opportunity. Dark Zero will be eliminated though, and it'll be C9 who somehow managed to hold it off. But this is just opening the door.
VP だ。
to come in. Sharky's return to the final.
イージーウィン。
Starts with a win.
ゼロに復讐をする男。シャーキ
moment
ー。
that is for Virtus Pro.
いや、超満員すごいな。
It carries on here today. 15 points on the board just from that match alone. They can start to maybe think about, well, we're in the mix of this one. Taking down the likes of Dark Zero, right? It's not like they were gifted a victory. They had to work tooth and nail. They had to work so hard for it. Such a slow final circle as well, with three teams all so scared to push one another, hoping someone else would blink first.
For the hardcore fan of Apex Legends, that endgame had everything. Looking to manage those ultimates. What utility do you have available? How does the zone influence who has to move first?
テニティのアナリストはコーチが女性の方だったけど、カメラ映りたくなさそうだった。
And it's VP.
マジやめて。コンディション悪いからマジやめて。
The team who survived the longest, who managed to hold strongest to let the zone make the plays for them. They make that play at the end. They clean up the damage. But what a wonderful bit of endgame navigation and I think patience as well from them.
Other teams who picked up a lot of points, Cloud9 of course getting to that late game. SSG were up there because of the amount of kills they were able to get from Pylon. They were having a field day with all of the teams arriving from the northern side. They were just picking everyone off one by one. Those kills could be massive with their chances of getting to match point first.
本当に嫌
It
なんだ
wasn't
ろう
the
ね。
biggest of victories from Virtus Pro. We have seen bigger wins, which means they're not going to be as close to match point as maybe some teams have been historically after finding a victory in match one. But it certainly has given us an indication of how tight these lobbies are going to be. Very slow and methodical to begin with, and then just having to make those.
Everybody
is looking to get a prio position, looking to get into zone early. And by doing so, that means that when we get to those end games, it's all about the grey matter, what's going on between the ears, those decisions that you make that decide if you're going to come out as the champions. A fascinating first game of our finals down.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there was just so much different ways you could have played it as well, and it all goes back to the very start when we saw the rotation from Virtus.pro and from Dark Zero to ensure that they had that southern side, and it really paid off for both of them in the end. But sadly for Dark Zero, they just got focused by both squads in that final three.
And Dark Zero just couldn't hold off the push in the end, tried to play for those kills and almost managed to get it done, but C9 held strong and VP clean up. But it's time for us to jump into a break now. When we get back, map number 2 of our match point finals is coming your way. Dark Zero have got to move first here, and you can see that's why they're trying to do damage. Those shots from North. Dark Zero will be eliminated though, and it'll be C9 who somehow managed to hold it off, but this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Sharky's return to the finals.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
ピアさんおはよう。今日も川敷ちゃんありがとう。
This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door.
招待枠と、EMEA の枠を減らせればそれでいい。
I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring.
あ、今日さ、これ朝さ、このキャラ使ってやってる人いたけど、すごかった。なんかさ、朝さ、なんか、彼女図とかさ、ガールズたちとかさ、ストリーマーさんとかキャスターさんがさ、ソロ、なんて言うんだろう、ソロバトルをやっとったんよ。みんな上手だったよ。でもなんかあんまりメタとかを考えずにみんな使ってた。新キャラ使ってる人もいた。新モードの、新モードなんだ、それやってたんだ。それやってた、朝から。強すぎるな。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Split1 ALGS Playoffs. Game 1 is in the books. Everybody, I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm here casting alone because I can't find my partner anywhere. We gotta see where he's at. Let me know if anybody finds Genome, everybody.
ジョンヒとジュスナは間違えた。ジョンヒとドグマは心が痛い関係で競技場はジュスナと2人で行きますだってワンディが。悲しいよね。そうだよね。そうだよね。負け。
Everybody's looking at them right now. You are cheering in the back. VP come out on top with game number 1 dub.
It was an awesome effort by the boys, as Onset and Gaskin were mentioning. Getting into the south in that particular pylon zone just absolutely crucial to them taking out the win. Let's have a look at the match
すごい柄
results
の
now
スーツだ
and
な。
get a sense of where the teams are standing after that first game.
SSG やば。
Storm Points A will be that
12ポイント
2-2-2
取ってるよ。
rotation. VP, as you can see, there's only 3 kills for them in the end. Most of the kills actually going over towards teams like Not Moist and
な
Space
んか6
Station
キルと
Gaming.
か取っても10位とかだったら2ポイントっていうのがマジで渋いよな。
C9 coming through with 4 KP. You see Not Moist though lighting up the kill feed with 7 KP and even Space Station.
Yeah, Serenity also 8 points for them. We saw them take a couple of clutch
あ、フナティック
fights,
記録取れんかったんか。なんか結構キルログ流してるイメージあったけど。
Only 2 KP for them after that scuffle down in Jurassic. That was a very impressive
これ
fight.
E8 が衝動ファイトしてんのかな。もうさ、見てたらもう3キロ持ってたからな、ここが。フーラットが。
It's a middling position in Pro League, and yet here they are slugging it out, taking wins against Aurora, one of, if not the best fighting team in the game.
That's crazy. You also have to consider the starting points for some of these teams as we take a look at the series results.
E8 と O2 が、青7が、あ、そういうことか。公式カラカラさん、公式、昨日と、あ、昨日トルコも結構初動出したと思うんだ。あれ、アライアンスどこだ？ここか、17位。あんなエンチで17位やったね。
With some points already from those advanced standings. Obviously, Serenity starting off with 8. Virtus Pro also had a couple. And then you've got teams like Reject and Fnatic who just balled out in the winners bracket. Not doing so much in that first game, but that doesn't matter. They've given themselves a chance to stay in the competition by doing so well on day 3.
That's why it's so important when you have teams that finish in the top 3 in that winners bracket that had those 8 starting points. And it's cool to see how teams, even like DZ, coming in with 7 points too. And of course, with some of these players playing out here with their own peripherals, I also want to give a huge shout out and big thanks to our sponsor, Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
フォイドゲーミングって結構すごいよね。
At the event where you can pick up your own limited
これ
edition
ヒューリアコラ
ALGS
ボ。
Split1 custom controller
あ、違うや。
available only this
バトル、
weekend. Battle Beaver is
バト
also
ル
offering quick repair services for competitors here at this very venue. If your PS4 or PS5 controller is
なんて読む
drifting,
んだ
make sure to
バ
stop
トル
by
なん
and
ちゃら
check
って
out
いうの
their
か。
drip
これか
calibration。test.
バトルなんて言うんだろう。
I'm sure there's
バトルビーバー。
controller fans in the
あ、
audience
こっ
here.
ちでいう
As I
ボイ
look
ド的なや
around,
つ。
the Galen Center is more full than it has been all week. So many fans here.
楽しそう。
I can see it been here the whole
レジェンドゲーミング
time,
マジ
every
さ、
single
ワンチャンあるんで、
day.
ノリに乗ってるマジで。すごい。
Love the support from the community that we're getting here in LA. The match picks come in now.
春はビーバー使ってる。あ、そうなんだ。
Our second game shaping up that initial contest. We saw that from 07 struggling in game 1. They've had plenty of time. That's the thing about contests, Vicky. You lose it, you get a good 20 minutes to just sit there and discuss.
And that also plays a factor into these legend compositions when we see this. I mean, we saw it
もう
during
初動
our
ファイ
group
ト見ます
stages.
か。
But game number 2, everybody, LA, are you
へ
ready?
ー、そうなの。私、パッドじゃないから。カレーパンいいね。フナティックファイターして生活されるときはそれ
Seeing every
な。
seat here filled up in the stadium gives me goosebumps, Genome. You can only imagine what these players are feeling right now. Money on the line, let's go. 50-50 that we were expecting to see. E8 versus 07 commences again.
So Cedo Station is
頑張れ、ナスキ。
first battle for the second time. This
ナ
one
スキ頑張
a little bit more in
れ
earnest with Shubi and Zap immediately
ナ
going
ス
down
キ
to the
頑張
alternator of Nasky. All right.
Zach Razor taking the zipline though before he slides in.
れ。ナイス
Nasky with the pop-off.
日本の配信始まってないのに、あおいちゃんの配信始まってる。あ、そう、日本の配信めちゃめちゃさ、遅いからさ、1分ラグとか出るからさ、あっち見てる。公式の配信、公式のね、公式よりもっと早い配信の方見てる。
Oh, that's got to be a relief for the boys. Taking that first loss. And this is the thing about Sunday and match point, Vicky, is that every game that you go out immediately, you get 0 points. It just starts adding pressure onto you, right? You got to think, oh, we're further and further behind. we're one game off what we should have
ラスキー
been.
立ってたままだっ
That's how
た。
these players think about getting to match point.
Especially when you consider this lobby, kill-hungry teams like Aurora, Dark Zero, Disguise, teams that easily clean up that KP, that could find themselves in that 50-point threshold for a match point.
何それ、さすがにさやさん何もさやさん、送ってあげようか URL。
At the top, Bloodhound, of course, at that 95%.
まあ日本語はないけど。
I mean, this is the legend composition that we've seen basically all throughout the season.
It is. It seems to be even higher than we saw in previous stages of the tournament, though. A couple of fun ones coming through with Wraith.
これが一番早いよ。ここのサイトが。サイト。コマ線をなんかあれしてるところ。
I know a lot of people actually counted that out. They said, yeah, look, Lifeline's a bit fun. You can play it during Pro League, but when things come down to it during LAN, you know, they're going to blink. They're going to try something else. Maybe they'll go back to that Bang Blood Caustic like everyone else is in the meta. But Aurora have not. They stomped through some of the competition in group stage, and now they've finally made it into the finals.
Talk about nice timing on a rotation here as we take a look at Dark Zero, a team in the distance before Dark Zero took that zip line.
すごいよね。でもコマ線ね、ちょっとバグってる時あるから。気をつけて。タカタカおはよう来てくれてありがとう。これが一番早いよ。マジで。
There's also an evil harvester on the southwest
LG
side.
は大丈夫か。
Alliance, another team
超えて
taking
く
to
か。
the skies currently as they try to find where they want to situate themselves with the caustic. This circle will be pulling by that checkpoint choke point. And we know that through the trenches, a lot of these teams find themselves funneled outside of checkpoint where we see most of the chaos, whereas teams on that northern side leaving at a north pad will have a little bit of an easier rotation if they want to wrap around by the rocks.
I mean, the first game certainly had us leaning towards teams rotating hard and fast. I mean, you had VP as well as Cloud9 who start very southern. They were straight into Pylon there and managed to really get quite a few placement points from that. So we're now seeing that from our teams on the north as, you know, for once we're getting the zone's moving around a bit, Vicky, which we really are hoping to see today after, you know, a couple of trials in a row, getting a couple of Echo HQ zones in a row. It was very tough for teams on the other side at points throughout the LAN so far.
I mean, what else can you expect when the scriptwriters are waiting for this? As Fnatic on the high ground, beams with the Havoc, drops down, gets a crack originally on that conduit. Who's Trident providing some extra cover? They lose out on Nuka F. They try to get the fall, playing around the knockdown shield, but it's gonna be a 2v1. It looks like the Black Hole coming in. Even the Trident taxing along there to give him some extra cover.
頑張れ、Fnatic。さすがに。おお。
They're alive, short-lived for this game number 2.
I think that's the singular most unlucky black hole I've ever seen in my life.
ライコちゃんが最強。
They were reloading when the black hole went in, right? That's actually super crucial because if you've got ammo, these pros are so locked in. You know, they've seen it a billion times now. They will always just crack it straight away, but the Trident actually blocking that off. Nuts.
We saw this fight happen down in the kill feed here too, but Hawk isn't a look. He gets deleted to enemies. Literally one in Disguise have moved in. Huge nade from enemy with that Arc Star to finish the job. Now one left here from Alliance.
もうベッジが来たから助かったか。いやそんなことないな。
But there's so many other teams in the vicinity here. Well, Fnatic or might keep going on. Disguise get the finisher onto Alliance, the last straggler. Even the wildlife want to get involved in that fight to try the third party, but around this area you still have
これFnatic返してんじゃないか、強風。
Disguise are safer right now with these caustic traps. They could reset and get some extra meds if they need with those death boxes.
Yeah, look, the shots are going out, but it's all PvE at the moment. Disguise not too worried. All right, shots fired from starboard and aft here as Fnatic are just charging down.
Oh man, they're chasing after 9 impulse. Are you kidding me? He is
さすがにやめた。
real dipping as the solo.
Yeah, they actually dropped off, so there's the Aurora members completely in different postcodes right now. So you've got Hardeki over there in Cenote Caves, while his teammates still back in Barometer.
Fnatic breaking their necks and trying to find out where those last 2 members of Aurora are. Liquid now popping the Beast of the Hunt here. Yanya having to pop the shield bat though, but with the Beast of the Hunt letting him see right through not only those smokes, but even the caustic gas that was sent out. He was forced to drop down from the high ground, playing a little split up, only leaving him alive. It is Omit, the team that we were looking at as they made their rotate away from Cascade Falls, now going right through this checkpoint side. And no other team in the vicinity want to try to third-party this unless LG on the low ground may want to take that zip line.
Yeah, no one else has really wanted to go through checkpoint. As you say, LG probably going to be trying to gatekeep those teams as they sit above checkpoint. Fnatic do start coming in on the southern side now, as we see just in the distance there. Coming directly underneath Omit, sounds like they're in the Trident on that rotate.
どうやってそこへトライデントで行ったんだ
Got one up on Liquid. Can they do the same on Fnatic? They've completely surprised them.
強気で行け、フナティック
here too, even with the live like care package over to the side. I mean, they were not expecting him to maybe still be here. Lufka's still incredibly low.
強気で行くんや、フナティックお前たちだったら勝てるぞキノトロープはどこにいるんでしょうか
Re-engage while looking at them from the height and getting to a better angle.
Okay, so they have survived the initial onslaught, but they're still on the low ground.
And right behind them, by the way, it's going to be Liquid Alienware who are
ベ
slowly
ッチに気づけるか
approaching checkpoint.
後ろの
Fnatic has to
巨
end this
警戒
quickly
を
or they will be pinched.
してほし
The
いけ
solo
ど
creeping back in. Maybe he's hoping he can
後ろに
get
今
the
なんかネームタグ見えたよね気づけ
And on the other side of checkpoint, it is also C9 Fnatic. While they keep going with this fight, they jump down from the high
もう
ground.
ベッチに気づいた一人だったんだ
Get eliminated finally. Now another Bloodhound scanning comes in. C9
わ
are right behind them. I mean, all this action
カー
from
ド
the
9
southern
も
side
来
of
て
the
ま
zone.
すと
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just a coincidence. Fnatic wanted to disengage against Omit, or maybe they caught him on the scan as he was coming in underneath from the Bloodhound, and then just decided to grab the free kill. But in doing so,
上手やん逃げ方
they have let Cloud9 onto the other side, and Omit probably aren't going to be super happy about this either, but they've still got time, Vicky. There's still probably another 4 or 5 minutes as they can stay in here for the next 2 zones for these teams to sort things out.
ふなラ
And
ッ
while
キ
C9 have
ー
moved in, Fnatic say, all right, we're
Nigga,
done with this here.
lucky.
They're going to start now rotating on the outskirts of checkpoint before finding themselves on that north side. C9 just waiting here in this building. Fnatic may be wondering, with this reposition, if they can try to go for the third party, trying to get this early KP if they can, as this is that second game. Any little points here count, as they had the biggest lead going into this match point format.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I've heard from players just over and over again this weekend is how they really needed to sort of get that first fight under their belt, that first win, to really start believing in themselves again and just relax a bit, I think, too. And Fnatic, obviously, not a great start to today, and I feel like those expectations almost reset on Sunday on match point finals.
We should inspect that area.
I definitely agree, especially with the pressure and having those 10 extra points. Teams like Kinotrope, a team that has definitely impressed me with the consistency of winning. Already getting that crack, you see that triple take as they do try to close in the gap. They were trying to contest them on this rotate, knowing that this team was going to start going in from that south side. But do they really want to commit here? 2 rats, 1 controller. With Chaco having that red Evo though, the Beast of the Hunt activated from him. See if they can get that height.
He's got the hammers, but no Mozam. The grenades go a little bit too long.
いいキャラ今夜
Kinotrope here, try and get in a little
カバーが
closer to 2R1C.
Oh man, the bang ult though controlling so much space. Is he gonna be able to get 2 knocks? Backing away. Uchaco gets a swing. What but 2 get taken down. Kinochoke get eliminated, but this fight took too long.
They've taken way too long. Space Station
ワン
gonna
タ
come
ッ
in
ピー
and
狙え
clean
る
this
と思ったけど
up.
惜しい
This man has held a
惜しい
trophy
ね
before, and he is not scared.
Regardless though, whichever team comes out on top as they try to chase down that straggler. So many other teams are already in that final circle. It's just a matter of time. Space
Oh
Station
my.
gets the crack, but they're gonna have to go a little far to get that one person who's trying to hide between the rods. Nowhere to hide though.
オーロラが立て
No,
直して
the
いる
zone's just on the other side of that. It'll be extremely hard for 2R1C to survive a Bloodhound scan, and of course they don't.
TSM が多分キルパがないん
Havoc
だろ
up
う
to
な
Havoc coming in from SSG to finish that one off. Aurora, the latest addition to Checkpoint.
あれフナティ
With
ックはどこ
3KP
行っちゃ
here
ったか
too.
な。
As we take a look at this map and where it's going to be pulling, LG have been
あれ
settled
フナ
here
ティッ
on
ク
this
死んでる
north
もし
side.
かして。あれどこ行った
Checkpoint on that low ground that we know.
あれいないね。いつ死んだの？全然見てなかった。今のですが普段あそうなんだ。
Yeah, so look, you were on the money, Vicky. Just north of
さっきの
the
線
choke.
あ
That means
裏
everyone
で
from the north
そう
has
だ
to
よ。
come in. We also
映
saw
してもらえな
Aurora
かった
down
の
the
か。
bottom on the south side. They actually took out Fnatic. Meanwhile, Amit and Cloud9 in a staring contest still at checkpoint.
Oh, you can't miss those. Having to back
み
away
んな
even
ハボ
though
ック好きだ
yeah,
な。
found the
本
beast
当
behind.
に
Not Moist now. MT getting off angle. And he shot from the other side, but they are getting stuck here by the edge. Let's jump into a listen-in with Moist to see what their next move is.
なんかいる。はははは。こんにちは。なんかいたね。結構セットスピード速かったら映したら終わったみたい。あ、そういうことね。
Yeah, take it up one, take it up one. Actually, hold on, let me put a barrel down on the front. Alright, popping ulti cell. There's a car going around. Scan when you can, scan the bloodhound. Scan them when you can, scan them when you can. I'm scanning. There's one on roof. Look. I'm taking space with empty. I got scan. I'm batting. I'm avoiding scan. Alright, back it up then. Back it up, they're getting on roof.
So as you heard there, Moist coming, we're still in, just in. So they can play a bit of this bunker here.
うわー、ここすごいね。マジでさ、なんか因縁の対決バリにファイトするやん、君たち。因縁の相手なんだろうけどさ、ゼロとシャーキーはさ。マジで姉の旦那に似すぎてて、シャーキー映るたびにマジでおもろくなっちゃう。ワンプ似てるんだよな。シャーキー。
Serenity and Moist looks like they're right on top of each other. You can see these two teams just trading barrels.
Oh, LG いいやん。
We're actually looking to swing all the way around the outside here, up behind where we just saw Moist. They then decided against it and went back into checkpoint. I think a very good choice actually. It's almost like a 50-50. If they can beat Cloud9 in checkpoint, they win and they just walk in down the hill.
But even if they do, they still have to go through the Titans or LG who took out Space Station in the feed.
うわ、ちょっともったいなくないか、それは。うわー、ダークゼロの勝ちー、分からせー。これで1対1。ダークゼロが勝ちました、ファイト。気づけるか。あ、キル取っちゃう。どこにいんだ、あと1人。おー、ナイスボルト。行くか。強すぎ。どうしてそんなに君は強いんでしょうか。コーチが背後レーンにしか見えない。もうちょっとさ、キーすごくない？リジェクトや。
It's not smoked off. They take a big chunk of damage here. Jen, is there a shield swap available? They're just peppering him through the smoke. They know he can only be 1 or 2 bullets more. The zone pushes them towards them, and Dark Zero go down to reject.
Huge too. They were seen through the vision thanks to that Beast of the Hunt, and with this circle closing in, Gino, we know that C9 and EMEA are in trouble as they exit out of checkpoint.
This fight has been brewing for the better part of 10 minutes now. They've had so much time to set up for it. But which one is going to come out on top? LG and Legends ahead of them, and Cloud9 will drop.
TSM also eliminating Aurora in your feeds. Let's go having that slight high ground, but it is Legends Gaming that have taken LG's spot. While LG have rotated on the outskirts, you can see the scan coming in. RC have now found Disguise who have that slight low ground. While maintaining the high ground though, there's still so many teams in the area, but Reject Winity have the circle.
Reject Winity playing around that rock.
LG
This is such a killer spot for for them to be in, especially with the Watson. They can start to set those fences up there, as you can see on the top of your screen. This will be crucial to blocking off a lot of this final zone.
いやマジで
A
リ
lot of
ジェ
these
クト
other
ある
teams
な
will probably just pile in through the trenches.
5 squads left here. Hal shooting in the dark through that smoke. 2 of these last 5 remaining.
生きてたんか TSM 頑張れ
Design being on that raid.
頑
But
張
they're
れ
going to take their time. As the circle is going to be closing in the next 5 seconds here. They get the scan, they send out the arc stars. They can't ignore the team to the left. Oh no, that one sole player. Behind the bin, they get the crack.
Well, it's only 27 though, unless they can force him out completely. The other team's going to do that.
Look at this overhead. Seeing everything from above, obviously. Caustic Barrel over to their left, but this is why it's so important to have this gold RE45 in Rep's hands.
No one really wants to peek their head out because Reject Winity is just going to bite it off. But Disguise looks like they've set up a portal.
Wow.
If they can find the right spot to take that, the right timing, maybe they can get on top of the APAC North team.
リジェクトが
I mean, legends. I mean,
マ
if
ジ
it's
でい
not
い
the
とこにい
barrels,
る
if it's not the arc stars, they are literally pinned to the circle closing in.
I mean, Reject, they've
頑
got
張れ
their eyes on it. If they're very smart, they might even get time to
青
set
ミッ
up
ドが
some
それ
fences
後ろ
around
から
that portal.
行くよ
But look at this
ね
positioning
そう
right
だ
now
よ
with Legends Gaming
ね
finally getting eliminated. Our last 4 remaining squads between Reject Winity, TSM on the low ground,
リジェクトに行くか TSM に行くかで変わってくるこの人たちがマジで
and so does RC.
オミット次第やでもリジェクトはこれでチャンピオンを取るとマッチポイントにめっちゃ近づく
Three teams taking their time. The ultimates available to these teams right
う
now.
わー3順の位置がめちゃめちゃ
How much
いい
utility have they used and how much have they been able to keep for this last fight? Reject with the best position theoretically should have had the most, but you can see the bang-out was already being used by St. June. And I don't see any ultimate accelerants being shuffled around, so
痛い
it could just be
APAC
Oakley with the
ノー
blood
ス
of the
に
hunt. That's the only
チ
one
ャン
left
ピオン
they've
を持っ
got.
て帰
But
ってきてくれ
perhaps Blasts,
オミットは TSM を前に行かさなきゃいけないか
the
ら
Nox grenade, that could be
こうやって
massive.
ガ
It's
ス
an
管と
open
かを置い
space.
てあれする
TSM
け
still in that corner
ど
though.
But even if he had the Nox grenade here,
絶対上がらせないもんしなきゃオミットが死ぬから絡まれてで割り切りファイトで TSM が2位を狙ってくるファイトしに来るかもしれんからマジでオミット次第
Still playing off that little lip. And that scan, the circle closing in right behind them for this final round. They also have to look over to their left. Yes, we saw that Moby being called in, but that's for some extra cover for a mid to work.
いやイージーだな
The Kings on prime.
でもあの岩が先に外れるのかアンチ
Let's see if it's which line's going to come out on top this time. We did see there from Blasts. He didn't opt for the
これ
parabolic
ア
force,
ン
but
チ
he
の
might
この
have been
締まる
hoping
あ
for
れ
it
による
because
わ
a couple of long-range caustic barrels thrown in against TSM there could have been deadly. That said, they have to stick in that
いや
corner
そっち行くしかないよねそうだよね
Whether these bang-olds coming down, they lose one along the way.
I mean, they found a crevice for right now. They knew that they weren't
But
going to win in
then
the
for the
position. They were pinned.
TSM
TSM get
Nice.
eliminated and Reject Winity. Clean up shot. Taking game number 2 on Storm.
強すぎるマジでナイスすぎるやっぱこいつらよ
Solid 9 kills as well. It's a 21-point game there from Reject Winity. Adding that to a lot of those advanced standing points they have, they are now going to be head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. I mean, brilliantly played, right? From mid-game all the way until the end there, Vicky. They knew exactly the right time to push back against Dark Zero. Dark Zero obviously did a lot of the dirty work for them, getting rid of Serenity. And then once they'd done that, their back was clear. They only had to worry about the trenches in front of them. And as you saw, all those other teams were just... It's a war of attrition down there, and they were up on the rock, lording above the rest of this lobby.
Really comes into clutch here too, while Reject Winity going into this finals game have had a total of 4 wins. Make this the 5th one keeping that consistency. That would put them right below DZ with their 6 total
す
wins
ごいな。
going into this
ス
final
リー
round.
キーマウだよこ
Remember, you
こ。
know, these guys didn't come through the elimination bracket, right? They were wins in all of the hardest groups, in the hardest bracket stage, in the winners bracket.
いやーすごいな。スリーキーマウで優勝したらすごい。いや、あれダークゼロ、あーそっかジェンバーテンいるか。かわいい。ピースしとるよ。
Who rotated north side of checkpoint within what? The end of that final circle? I mean, we know this because LG rotates really quickly, but teams like Reject Windy put themselves on the north side, the north path side, so they make that rotate in, so that way they could not be involved in a lot of the fighting that really wouldn't allow you to get into cover in that final circle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, trying to highlight where they came from as well is important when you look at the fact that Reject, of course, started in checkpoint. Quick rotate for them nets them 21 points in game 2. Omit very much nearby.
そうそうそう、どこだろうねと思って、あのスポンサーどこなのかなみたいな。
honestly, the 12 points for them is actually, I would
気になってはおりました。
more impressive considering they had to make it all the way over from
なんかシャーキー昔より今の方がかっこいいよね。ダークゼロの時よりかっこいいわ。髪の毛が短いからかな。
The finals at LAN, at the Split1 playoffs, they have it to themselves and they can play their own game. See you later, Red Rams.
Feeling a lot more comfortable here for TSM to breathe. Looking over on the other side, Fnatic, your team coming in with some extra points. Now finishing with 5 KP in that 15th place spot.
ホワイさん来てくれた。ロート製薬。あ、そうなんだ。なんか切れちゃったのかな。この世界大会中に。
For that quick adjustment.
I mean, 07 can be happy that they won that contest, but it's a blessing and a curse, right? They don't necessarily get to play a very quick rotate style game, which honestly, when they've had the opportunity to do that, they've looked great, and they have been, you know, one of the most impressive teams in terms of, yeah, just their macro and how quickly they can.
でもフラティック6ポイント取ってるやん。めっちゃええやん。
I just want to look at a team comparison. Talking about TSM here, I want to look at the Reject v TSM with TSM best placement here being 3rd place. Reject coming in with those 12 placement points after taking that dub. It's huge here when Reject is also going into the final lane with those 9 extra points before getting that dub.
Yeah, exactly. The Reject and Fnatic were both looking so good yesterday, and it's fantastic to see them continue some of that form here.
ほら、アメリカ、海外だし、禁止な言葉とかじゃないのわかんないけど、ノットモエストさんたちみたいに、薬って文字がダメなのか、そう、薬品とか多分そう、そんな感じだと思う。多分なんかその薬系のあれだからじゃないかな。どうだろう。
0 this time.
I mean, it's the fact that we haven't seen a team win match point finals coming in from that elimination side. So it's so hard. That's why having these advanced points are so strong. As you can see right here, the series results, Reject Winity now lead the pack with 33 points, with Dark Zero right behind them, 22 points. But once again, Genome, looking at both these sides with TSM being in that 11th place spot, we are going to make that transition shortly from one map to the other.
That's a big deal for some of these teams. Omit, I mean, you know, they're sitting there at 18. They will most likely be running into a contest with Kinotrope down at Tree on World's Edge. So, yeah, they're probably happy about the fact that they managed to accrue some points here on Storm Point as they move across to the map that they will probably struggle a lot more on.
You know what I love, Genome, too? Aside from the crowd, we got some amazing, familiar faces out here in LA. It's been a good time. Shout out to Disguise.
ディレクターのでもいいか、3チームの話になってくれ。確かに、APAC ノースだったらもうワンチャンどこでもいい感じはある。
Who knows how many to go in this match point finals? When we come back from this break, we got some World's Edge action for game number 3.
I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and Reject Winity clean up shop.
シャーキーの写真がないかどっかに。とりあえず APAC ノースの枠増やしてほしいよな。昨日の写真、三宅サムネなのめっちゃいいね。もういいか。
The break is over. As we look over LA, the city of angels, where we get to crown a winner for this Split 1 playoffs. Take a look at these lovely fans sitting here in the Galen Center. And it's been a fantastic time here, Gino. After already 2 games down on Storm Point. Can't wait to see the action that waits for us here on World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting hyped every morning as we walked into the venue and just looking at the crowd
こんな
that
とこ
was
でやってん
lining
の
up, waiting to get in. The crowd that
ダン
just
ボールの上乗っ
wouldn't
てたけ
wait
ど
for some high-level apex. It's something you just don't get anywhere else.
ダンボールの上乗ってなかった
Pro
今
League's great and all,
ミッ
but
キ
we
ーさん
know it's LAN where these guys come out to play and you see the best apex you just don't see anywhere else.
Literally the best of the best from all around the world. That's what LAN does. It brings the community together to hail one of these champions. As we move on once again to match number 3. For those of you guys just tuning in, this is match point finals. The first team to hit 50 points will be at match point. But to be crowned the victor, they have to take the win right after that. And we've seen a lot of these teams in this lobby, specifically Genome, that find more of that success story on World's Edge versus Storm Point.
ノー
Yep,
ト
some
ロ
of
ー
these
プ
teams are definitely going to be looking
ここにい
towards
るんだ
one map or the other. I mean, you know, sometimes it just comes back down to where the circle pulls. Sometimes it comes down to whether a team decides to contest you or not. And that is something we're going to be seeing on both maps here today. Not a huge amount. 07, as you can see, they get fragment to themselves now that we've switched over. Elevate, they've remember some struggles they had at certain points where teams got tired of being contested and said, hey, we're gonna ruffle you up off the drop ship and come into Epicenter and take that away, so they're just left with survey cam. Certainly something that these teams don't want. Aurora now playing from Skyhook East. They've had to give that up to Dark Zero, who play Trials, and Skyhook West, probably the best POI on this map right now.
And denying Aurora to get that gold knockdown too. Of course,
チャンピオンありそう。
mid-season changes though. We know that they will be able to get that gold knock guaranteed off that care pack. But that's if you get that perk already downloaded, which we know that Skyhook most likely having that Evil Harvester. But a nice little flyby here with the Skies, of course, landing Thermal.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, you bring that up because, you know, they've often been getting 2 of the gold knocks, as we see some of the other teams picking Lifeline here, which Fnatic was the other one, and 2R1C switching over to that as well. But yeah, having the double, you know, knocks is really good for multiple reasons, and one of them is just that it doesn't matter which way the team fight goes, anyone can get aggressive, and we know all of Aurora likes to get aggressive, and it just gives them options on those quick resets. And the thing is, Hardeki playing on that lifeline, usually you would say you need to be anchoring a bit more, you need to be holding back, but I mean, if you look at the data, Hardeki has been the one taking a lot of the brunt and not being able to bring people back up with that dock immediately. Look, it hasn't stopped them getting this far, but it certainly is a part of their game. I think they could definitely, you know, tweak a little bit just to get a bit better. I think if you put Oirain on that lifeline instead and switch those roles around, crazy to say it, but Aurora could be even better.
Considering that Oirain always also chips in with that co-IGL as well. I mean, the
Good
last thing you
luck,
want in your
hi.
games is to see your lifeline be the first one to go down. See how that's adjusted here at Space Station. No how made their appearance over. Climatizer and Kinocho being there.
There we go. We alluded to it before. E8, they've lost Epicenter again. This time it goes over to Kinotrope Gaming. They intimated that they were going to land a tree and contest a mid, but instead they forced Elevate away to try and take Survey Camp, and then as you can see the northern tunnels as well. I'd love to know if Aurora perhaps were looking to loot northern tunnels, whether that's caused a bit of a knock-on effect over there in that north side of the map. Either way, Elevate once again had their loot cut in half.
And Kinotrope, even though they are landing in Epi, they don't have to force out that 50-50 with a bit of lackluster loot that we know it as in Epi, but they are circle blessed for now on that north side, so they'll have a bit of an easier rotation.
Virtus Pro, another team, is going to have a relatively easy rotation here. They might even just opt to stay within Fragment, actually. This zone looking like there's a chance it comes back to Fragment, but maybe it could go to Overlook as well. This one, Central World's Edge zones, actually quite hard to call. So where these teams decide to play is very much going to be up to how much they're trusting the calls of that IGL in this one.
I mean, let's recap similar circles that we have seen throughout the weekend. In a similar circle like this, we've seen it pull over to the bins on that eastern side of Fragment, even on that bit of a lip that we saw Fnatic pop off on earlier on 207, making actually a very similar rotation that I was just referring to. Are already going to be able to get onto the high ground, but you see the pink, you see another team in the distance, which are also taking the balloon.
It's a tough spot to rotate through, though. We keep pointing out how flat, barren, open this particular area of the map is. You might want to set up here early, right? Like, even if you were saying, this exact spot that I'm standing on is where the zone is going to end, that doesn't mean you necessarily want to play from there, because you're just so exposed to so many other teams that will be coming in and around.
Saw that play a factor in that previous game. TSM, seeing another team over by No Name. I believe that could be Virtus Pro, who are forced back. Underneath that slight broken bridge. Yeah, it is. Virtus Pro now find themselves in this building, but we know that in a circle like this, it could pull way outside of Fragment East, and all these teams just fall.
This tunnel seems to be like the #1 spot for creeping around. But it's kind of tough at the moment because everyone's got a Bloodhound, and by the time you sort of crawled your way up half the staircase, boom, they are continually scanning their back. And I guess the other thing that, Sharky gets a kill onto Strafing Flame. It looks like they were trying to set up a rotate, perhaps?
I mean, catching him off guard, going up that evac tower right in front of them. Served on a silver platter as VP now, going to be able to capitalize off that easy KP.
マジで似てるな。本当に似てるんやけど、なんか前チャッキーは髪の毛があったから似てないんだけど、この坊主にしたらマジで似てるな。えぐいな、他人の空にも程があるな。ここで落ちたくない。わ、待って、シャンキー落としてる。ナスキー頑張れー。因縁の対決だー。ナスキー、ナイス、ナスキーナイス。ナイス、漁夫フナティック。ナイスー。
Fourth place with 20 points, a lot of them from yesterday.
いい漁夫です。
I mean, yeah, it's a hard place to play from. You can see the teams that got here early were not necessarily rewarded for that. Your team fighting abilities will come into question every single time you play that zone. So Dark Zero, they're looking on the back of Aurora here on the edge of the circle. Let's see if they're thinking about taking this fight or perhaps going a little deeper into the zone.
You gotta get Juicer first. Giant tunnel. I just saw them. They might be doing a wrap for Epi as well.
Yeah, for bridge.
Sit on roof, Sykes. 1 meter.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, what is res in monument?
yeah, they're definitely just gonna go like all around the climate bridge.
Really wanted Epi, unsolo, but
ごめんごめん。どごめん。邪魔だった？ごめんね。ごめんごめん。そういうの言ってね。音がちっちゃいとか。ごめんごめん。
can maybe get monument console. There's a juice next to it as
なん
well.
か楽器の持ち込みやめてほしくない？
So they force Aurora all
盛
the
り上
way
がってさ、
into
わーわー
the
言うのはちょっと
zone.
いいと思うけどさ、さすがに音が大事なゲームでさ、楽器の持ち込みはちょっとやめてもらいたくないか？そんなことないんか？聞こえないとはいえ、歓声は全然聞こえないとは言っとったけど、さすがに楽器は貫通してくるんじゃないか？どうなんでしょう、これは。
With the conduit instead, because we know that they were maybe expecting that 50-50 from happening.
So they've run the contest composition, but then they haven't had the contest, and that's going to be hurting them towards the end of the game. It'll be fascinating. We have to keep our eye on them and their composition for the second game of World's Edge. It's almost like a bit of a poker read at that point, right? Do you play the composition you want to play out the game in? Because you have to pick it before you get
キラ
into
トロー
the
プは
dropship.
上
It's a
取りたいよ
really
ね。
tough
シコロ
decision
ク
for
ハウ
them.
ス誰もいないんやから
Real
行
keen
っ
to
た
try
らいい
and
の
go
に。
Epi again.
And also, by the way, loading into these games, these teams could see those compositions. That's actually something
まあでもあそこが空いてるなんて誰も思わないよね。
They try sometimes, but you can fool them as well, right? Because you set your composition, they can have a look at that, but they can't determine if you change that once you get to the legend
どう
select
してこ
screen.
の人たちの3スコア当たるのに私の3スコア当たらないんでしょうか？ APEX の神様。今年の3スコア何も当たらんのにさ。
More of these teams like Moist, right alongside Liquid.
Yeah, so Moist are in the tunnel now, but we've got Cloud9 holding the upper
プレイ
entrance.
中は会場に流れている視界のが聞こえるでしょ。その意味ではそんなに問題ないかも。確かに声でかいもんね、この人たち。マイク通してるし。そっか、あんまり関係ないのか。気合が足りないんだよ。3スコ当たんねえよ、3スコなんて。射撃練習とミックステープの練習あるのに、2スコの301はマジで神がかってるぐらいうまいのに、3スコになった瞬間に、
Little tight on that rotate there too for the teams that have to rotate on that south side now with less than 10 seconds on the clock before that circle closes in. But DC holds his position is beautiful. We heard across earlier they wanted to rotate through Epi side so that way they could have the high ground advantage. But after this, do they want to commit to the zip line? Do they want to wrap around? We see RC right below them here, Fnatic on the other side that have not given up those bins high ground that overlooks the action that could happen over by Fragment.
Couple of teams over in Ghost Town, 2R1C. They've surprised quite a few people in this tournament as well. I mean, just going through the teams that we've got here in our final lobby, I think not a huge amount of people would have predicted Serenity. And certainly, I don't think would have predicted 2R1C walking into the finals with those 6 advanced standing points.
Love being able to see teams make moves like that. It's like we see Disguise now taking that design portal, scared coming in, trying to make moves themselves. Timmy does have that beast of the hunt, but they see that this team is on the high ground. How to engage here? You see more of these teams congregate in this because not only an Evil Harvester, but a ring console there too. Aurora is right alongside them. And Nine Impulse taking a split angle, holding this height while also keeping Hardeki in his line of sight.
So sure, Aurora took their time to get in, but they have done it in a way that's allowed Hardeki to get up to red armor. Of course, that's the guaranteed Evo cache that comes through the gift wrapped package. And as long as they've managed to get here with a decent amount of meds, which as you can see, they do have, I think Aurora will be okay for now. Disguise. Team playing that Wraith.
And have been this entire Pro League season. Liquid finally getting out and actually rotating on the outskirts from that geyser tunnel. They didn't want to get stuck there. as now they're going to be able to see this team that's right across from them. We know that there was like, what, 3 teams, 2 teams that have rotated from Fragment side, Omit, VP, Legends Gaming, and on the edge, it's Alliance. Love this overview so that way you guys can see how many squads are more so trying to play safe by the side. Aurora even trying to see if they could gatekeep Disguise on that rotate.
Yeah, you can see Not Moist have had to come all the way from the zone underneath there, and that zone, I can tell you, is pulling towards that right side above Overlook.
And since they're coming out of the circle, guess who they are right behind? It is Liquid. As they had started to engage initially, they had popped the piece of the hunt over by No Name. It is 2 rats on controller, neighboring them in that building, while TSM on the north side by the fence line here of No Name are also wanting to get involved. C9 finally rotating out of that tunnel side that exits from Geyser. But while more of these squads take their time, we have 5 to 6 teams here that are going to come in from the south.
You can see MT 20 seconds until he gets his next smoke back. Obviously, with the recent nerfs, Bangalore, the rotational utility is worse than ever. How are they going to get out of this one? They've got a bang ult. Let's see how they use that and listen in to the comms.
ヨトロープキルポ欲しいね。
I'm dogging. I got a bat, I got a bat, I got a bat. I'm batting, I'm batting. I'm batting as well. Horizon queuing up. She threw it, she pushed it out.
Wow.
Cross empty if you can. Cross and empty, cross and empty.
Nice.
I'm gonna jump on the team. I need all
Lufka.
I have to go.
Lufka.
That's a team, that's
チ
a
ル
team.
チルチルチル一旦チル。ああ、ベッチかこれ。
I'm dead. Do your best to live.
The evil shield is empty. He cannot swap as Waltzy is the last one alive from Not Moist, and Omit are trying to race
海外の人死ぬ時に I'm dead っていうのめちゃめちゃおもろいよね。
With the smoke, they close in the distance. They're trying to climb up the little lip of the mountain, but they know that there's still a player right behind them. Can Waltzy get out?
It's not a fantastic spot for VP, but luckily for them, there were 4 or 5 squads just holding each other in at the back of Fragment.
Oh, but with VP now engaging on the fight, in trouble. Waltzy can get away from trouble here too. That is Liquid. On the other side, while Waltzy steals a kill.
介入してるぞ、三宅。わ、TSM デッド。VP デッド。ダークゼロが近づきました。あれダークゼロは死んでるの？いや移動だねここはもう。本当モイストデッド。アライアンスは生きてるのか。リジェクトダークゼロ生きてて。うまい。あアライアンスでしたか。ダークゼロが覗きに来てて。
And unlike a lot of the other weapons that are good, a lot of marksmen in that range, it does
キラトロップ誰に絡まれたんですかマジでファイトが映らんから何が起きてるかわからんもう
Comes in clutch here, as you can see, Strafing Flame now moving in and Omit getting eliminated. Look at all those death boxes at Legend's feet. To be able to loot up to par with 11 squads left, but as they do rotate from that south side, LG are looking at them in the distance. C9 sharing some of that
LG は
space.
これ
But LG are going to
中
be
にい
playing
る
up
の
the low
か
ground while C9 are on that
ここ
high
すごい
ground.
などうするんだ
Evac towers called in.
普段はこれに気づけるの
Coming from the high ground, but this circle is completely shifting towards
えぐいすごすぎるガチ今の
Where are you going? Darkzil getting involved in the fight.
一旦強すぎんかリジェクト
Design in the lava is going to be able to queue away into safety. Wrapping long. And trying to avoid them in their line of sight while holding this mountain, knowing that there's other teams on the other side of the tracks. Aurora playing off the low ground. Space Station, probably the best spot in this final circle.
試合映してくれん
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But Aurora are creeping on the back of them, as you can see to the right. Disguised, struggling. I mean, is a portal really as good as Smokes and a rolling thunder? It doesn't seem so. Every time that Disguise try and make a move, it feels like they really could use that cover.
Luckily for them, though, at least Design stays alive. Aurora, a duo
ダークゼロはこれで王手かけたい感じだ
Dark Zero clean up that last player from Legends
レ
Gaming
ジェンド
here.
ゲーミングで
Another top
こ
finish
れ
for
上
Dark
フナティッ
Zero,
クじゃない
sitting
の
in
か
second place with 27 points.
違うのか
Oxyra have a little bit of space to themselves. It's LG
サイクスが一人で抑えてるけどあフナはその中にいるのか
You can see Fnatic do not have a lot of space to play with. As soon as they come out, you can bet that Jesco is going to be pulling the pin on the Nox grenade. SSG, as we talked about, in a fantastic spot up a little higher, but they have actually lost zone in the next ring. They're split holding at the
2パー
moment,
ティーいるの
putting
き
pressure
つい
on
な
both
これ
Cloud9 and Aurora.
ウルト投げていくしかないんだよダークゼロはこうやって登っていくのマジですごいよな何が見えてるのサイクさん
Doesn't have the turbo on that Havoc. Shooting through the dark of those smokes. You see the nades coming out. And trying to get out of fray while trying to wrap around this mountain here too. With so many nades hurtle in their direction. It's gonna be C9 that have that slight high ground. And C9 with the blue evil shields working at a disadvantage. Fnatic get eliminated in your feeds. And Zero wants to capitalize off of this.
一旦強いかダークゼロ一旦強いかガスが苦しい全部ってんだなやだったあーマイガー激おこゼロちゃんになっちゃうこれセーティ取ったらあるなこれうわ LG 残ってる SSG も23ポイントでも7位で23ポイントだ結構キルスピード速いもしかしてキルやばい
You've got Serenity and LG still alive as well, but it's a lot of difference in elevation between these final spots.
Even going to be bigger here with our last four remaining teams, Aurora, Space Station, LG, Serenity. But a big thing I'm looking at, Genome, is going to be Aurora with that lifeline. What can it do in a circle like this? Will LG stuck in the middle, calling in a Moby for some cover. Serenity just mounting, go climbing on the other side of the mountain. But LG are just pinched in a pretty tough spot. And while Serenity are on the edge, let's jump into a listening with Serenity.
Fuck it. Fuck it up. Go.
There is that team on the other side.
Yeah, we need just look at it. Expect the blue container guy. He's gonna beam us.
Yeah.
がっつり中身 MV チームがね多分先にアンチに入った人たちは外から入ってくる人たちをマジで打たないとやばいかもね
Do you think the other side of that and then shoot left?
Yeah. No.
Well, Bugi's taken over the reins here in Serenity. Obviously playing for Blackhand last year. Now he is the IGL and he has this team's fate in his hands. He's been doing a damn good job with it so far.
They called in the bangle early here too, Genome.
うわー SSG イージーウィンダーあれかノーセプがここに入居立てたいって動きかだからそいつらはライフラインじゃないか
Putting in some extra pressure, but they want this KP here with 3 squads left. Serenity get eliminated. LG right below them.
Aurora, the only team without a caustic. That's one of the reasons why they can't push up that high ground towards SSG. The other is they can just poke their heads out and destroy you at any time. LG, however, has the wingman. If there's one thing that can change their fortune, maybe that gun is it. The final 3v3.
壊しなさいよガス
LG have been popping off here. 4 kills going in favor
頑張れスイート
closing in right behind them.
復活しろスイー
Getting
ト
called in here too with the Nox grenade in Frex's hands, ready to go. See if LG could test them here on this opening. They drop down.
後ろ後ろ
Going to fully
続
swing
け
out
ない
to
か
them. The trade though, as Zino gets a knock on
ワンブワン
Frex is the last one alive. He gets it back to LG from the low down. To hell with them. For free. That is now elevated LG to second second place overall.
よかったです。
They are here to show up in this
涙出てきた。
Intense end zone there from LG. 10 kills to their name. A smile comes out from Sweet. It really felt like that game was in SSG's hands. I can't lie, Vicky. The drop down. One of the big reasons we're seeing Havoc so much right now is because of how much damage per mag it has. You saw the drop down. You got one clip and still half a mag going into the second member of LG. At that point, the fight should have been over. But it seemed like LG, instead of coming at them from the other side, they try and fight it from the zone, the surprise attack. It worked for one, but they started taking too much zone damage, and then it was just an incredible turnaround.
Hand in hand with LG also having that Nox grenade gas ready to go for that final circle, some extra pressure for them to work with here. A team going into this final lobby with 0 advance points, now elevating themselves after 3 games alone. Huge plays here.
SSG はなんで2人アンチ外に行っちゃったんだあれは。
I want to see what the desk has to say because there's a lot to break down after those games.
I'm sure many fans in the building, fans watching at home are saying it's about time. Luminosity Gaming, Slayer, Funk, and of course, Sweet Dreams grab the win over SSG and catapult themselves into the top of the leaderboards. What a moment that was, and what a story it would be. For those watching at home, LG's run through the elimination bracket, if they were to win, they would be the first team to win a match point finals and take home a trophy from the elimination bracket. It has never been done in Apex Esports before, Lauren, and that's a great sign for LG fans across the world.
Yeah, and we were just talking about when we were watching those final moments there. We've been waiting for LG to kind of wake up. We know the types of performances that they can have, and that was a fight where they showed why they're now in our match point finals, and they always have.
And that's the thing, you know, when you look at it, Tiff, you have a player that we've highlighted so much in our content in our last year in Sweet Dreams, has the process of getting off of NRG, trying to reassemble that squad. Gildersons finds his place, and now he's trying to maybe the perfect fit for him and the perfect fresh start.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think Sweet, Slayer, and Funk are a really interesting team. Now, when you think about historical performances when it came to when this team was Sweet was under NRG, right? They had to approach the entire regular season last year and completely reassess their macro. And then you just have another roster swap. You implode. You take essentially the core part of that team away and leave the heart, which is the brains of the operation in this point for LG. And they pair it with 2 people who are inexperienced on land. This is their first time getting on this stage. And I honestly think that running through the elimination round 2 bracket and just barely scraping by allowed them to get more reps in. And it's, of course, no surprise to me that they're finally waking up here. They were in 15th place coming into map number 3. And now they're in the top 5.
Massive game, and that will tell in the results as well. As you bring them up on your screen, we could see that one big game can change the course of a tournament. LG with 10 kills and a first place finish, earning 12 points, will equal 22 total points in that one. Bump themselves up from 15th all the way to, I think, near first place. SSG, nothing to slouch at though. And Fnatic, a big kill game, though not great placement, just out inside the top 10. One of our favorites to win it all. As we look at the back half of this DIA as well, not everybody has a great game in game 3 as well. Our 10 through 20 teams, they'll have a chance to go back at it as we continue on World's Edge in Game 4.
It is the reality of our first map swap. A lot of teams already had a lot of nerves coming into the day. You only get 2 games on Storm Point before being, for many of them, completely destabilized moving into World's Edge. Getting into a rhythm is arguably the hardest part of our match point finals because they happen so quickly. The pace of the, not games necessarily, but certainly the pace of the day is very high.
試合スパン早い。さすがに4試合ごとにはちょっと長めのインターバル入るか。
Going through the elimination bracket helps you to keep the awareness of like everything is do or die. When you're in the winners, you know you have a second chance. When you're fighting for the winners, you know you're already in a good position in groups, so you're probably going to make it. But through the elimination bracket, you get to this point where you're like, if I don't do it now, I could be out, and that does help in a race to the finish match point finals.
It 100% does, and you're very spot on with what you were saying. I was speaking to a couple of the coaches prior coming into this, and I'll go ahead and shout it out right now. Alliance, during their run, they had to take a side and just say, guys, we're only a mere 7 points outside. Lock it in, let's do it. And now I'm looking at them on the bottom half of this leaderboard, and it's not over just yet. If there's one thing that we've learned when it comes to land, when it comes to match point finals, TSM did it in a back-to-back-to-back, which means nothing is out of the ordinary. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but at the end of the day, I know
すごい
fans,
キ
I know
ラキ
people
ラして
watching
る
at home,
ね、
I mean,
今日
even
のド
us,
レス。
I'm skeptical to think that it can happen again.
今夜
We're
私が
waiting
いた
to be
だくの
proven.
は
You have to have a little bit of hope, a little bit of faith,
ギャルショバ
and
で
maybe
す。
not see, but still believe. We'll see if that happens for Alliance, sitting now with 5 points. Definitely going to have to pick it up. But as we take a look at our past 3 games, a lot of action went by and transpired. Glitter, game 1 got us off to the races.
Yeah, and this was a fun one to kind of kick everything off here because right out the bat, we did get a contest between Elevate and 07.
私にとっては夜なんだよ。
With 2R1C joining it, but then when we make our way all the way to the end, it was entirely within VP's hands. When we looked at that top down, they had the best position. They knew DZ was across the way. And Cloud9 had to pushing out of the building, and I honestly thought maybe Cloud9 would suffer making that move in. They received 0 punishment for it because at the same time they moved, DZ tried to wrap up and see if they could maybe annoy VP a little bit, maybe pick off a player before they had to deal with the potential third party that could have been Cloud9. It did not go the way of DZ. Virtus.pro was able to clear them out, and then honestly at that point, they were just able to slide down and clean up Cloud9. And to Cloud9's credit, they were also poking DZ in their sides as well. So DZ just ended up being sandwiched between these 2 squads. Not a whole lot that they could do about it. But this was a really strong performance from Virtus.pro to kick off the day.
You know, Chaotic Much, Saucer, Stay Naughty, great performance from Cloud9. I'm glad you mentioned them.
セーティック、次12キルチャンピオンで先頭させろ。これはそう。
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you were going to take that one.
世界最速
walk us through reject winity here.
世界大会記録になる。
Majority of the happenings that occurred prior to this, a lot of our teams got caught in the checkpoint. The teams that made their way out of that and into Northpad, Reject Winity controlled a large majority of the space, specifically around this rock. And then you have the opposing teams that were over on the other side, TSM including one of them, they're just getting stuck with the ring at their back. Reject Winity asserted their dominance and walked into one of the most nicely cleaned up matches. TSM and Omid are just vying, trying to do whatever they can, playing for second, wrap up some KP, and Reject just had to clean it up.
And that's a beautiful thing because Reject Winity are one of our favorites. They're one of the teams we talked about, and they've certainly shown up today, one of the top contenders. But Dia, game 3 would see the revival of LG.
That is certainly would, and really in a really fascinating turn of events, Rain Day. This is the first time that we are seeing in the match point finals a team that is not in the same quadrant of the map, or rather that doesn't land in the same quadrant of the map, still win it all. LG coming all the way from Fisher had to make their way and contest against SSG, who we've already seen take games, or rather take really high placements when they're over by Climatizer. This was a good start for SSG, and honestly, the difference between an SSG win and an LG win here is absolutely mechanics. It's one of the most exciting parts of Apex Legends. You can say all the right things up in your play. Phony actually makes an excellent slide to open things up for the rest of his team to follow up and take out LG, but at the end of the day, Funk and Slayer are just able to clutch up in ways that you cannot always account for strategically.
And at the end of the day, a wingman in your hand is going to make it very, very easy to win some fights, especially close ones. So LG get the job done. SSG second place though, they'll be happy with that. More games to come here in our match point finals, but guess what? More games to come in the ALGS. We might be ending Split 1 today, but right in front of us is the beginning of Split 2. It kicks off June 1st. So if you're excited about more ALGS action, trust me, Year 4 has a lot in store. Stay tuned. We'll get back at it after a nice little breather, a little rest, maybe some travel, maybe some time with family for all these players, and certainly us casters and talent as well. It's going to be a fun one. And Lauren, as always, these splits, they contain stories in themselves that kind of set these benchmarks of the year as we look towards champs, obviously, to round us out.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really fun split too, because you saw on the graphic there, Alter potentially coming in. Will that affect how the Split 2 plays out? Will she end up being a new integral legend to those comps?
Well, speaking of stories in our league, there's also a lot of other people with stories in the venue today. I hear We the People is standing by.
Rain Day, thank you so much, Rain Day. So we are here. This is a special moment. that we are going to share because I have a very special member of the community right here. All right, so Apex is more than a game. All right, it truly is a community. So for myself and the rest of the Apex community and the ALGS team, we want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
What'd you say?
What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
Oh, guys, listen, man. I'm so thankful for the platform that I have.
おめでとう。
You know,
あ、
5 years
そう。
ago,
Happy birthday to you.
So crazy.
Happy
So
birthday to you.
5 years ago, I was a personal trainer in New York City, and now we're here doing this. Still have a voice here for Championship Sunday. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart for changing my life. Thank you to my family for supporting me. But seriously, without you guys, I am nothing. So thank you so much. I love y'all, man. Love you so much.
So here's the thing. We are not the only ones that want to say happy birthday today. We have Mama Wig walking over with a birthday cake.
わー、ケーキすごい。ママ？すごい、火使っていいんだ、こういうところで。
Make a wish.
Oh.
バラバラで草。
All right, well, guys, it isn't just one birthday that we are celebrating here as part of the ALGS community. We got another special guest across the way right there. Gaskin, take it away.
Not just one birthday, we also have another. It's also Mark Onset Hatcher's birthday today. So everyone, a big happy birthday to one of
ちょ
the
っとサ
greatest
プライズ
people
にも
in
程
my
が
life.
らん。
Here's a party
こん
hat
な
for you,
世界
Mark.
大会
And
で
of
誕
course,
生日祝
a
って
nice
もらえる
cake
なん
as
て
well.
一
Look
気
at
し
the
かおらん
top of
よ。
that. Wow.
あんたなんでとこ登ってくんの？登ってこないでここに。
Interesting cake. Now, everyone,
日本配信。あ、インターバル入ってんの？
I know we've
え？
already sang it once, but maybe we can sing it to both of
ハ
them
ッピーバースデー
together.
だよ。
Happy birthday, dear Onset.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいやん、こんなん。2人目？ハッピーバースデー2人目？
Every single piece of
2
that
人目
cake
いる
as
んだ。
well. Thank you so much, everyone. And wow, here we go. We've still got more matches of Apex Legends. Mark, sorry to do that to you. I know you hated every single moment of it.
It was great. Thank you, everybody. Happy birthday, Wig, as well. Amazing to share it with such an incredible person, but I think it's time for us to turn attention maybe back to business here because we've got a lot of things to talk about. Dan, and of course, Match Point Finals is going to continue.
Yes, and we are starting to near match point for some of these squads as well. We're just teetering towards it. No big kind of massive games as of yet. No one really throwing themselves down. You wouldn't expect it to happen in a lobby like this. It's just teams getting a victory, a few kills alongside it. But are we now going to start to see those teams being consistent and find themselves on that 50-point total?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of teams starting to get within striking distance now, you would say. You're looking at the likes of Reject Winity, LG after that win, of course, in the last game. Serenity are kind of there or thereabouts as well, but it doesn't feel like, unless it's a big win for one of those teams, that we will find ourselves with one of those teams on match point. World's Edge is going to be where we go next. We're staying on World's Edge for this next game, and it's still an opportunity for any of the teams with a win down to put themselves in that little group that we've talked about.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams, or the majority of this lobby have found wins throughout the group stages or through the bracket stage. We still have a few teams who have yet to find a
確かにワンチャンマッチポイント点灯する可能性があるから次の試合から。
We had not Moist yet to get a victory. That changed for LG though. In that previous game, they got their first dub on the board, and what a one to get as well.
イライラしてる証拠？爪噛むの。
But can they make it more?
爪噛むのってあれだもんね。不安とかちょっと心配なことがあるとか恐怖心とかで爪噛むんだよ。
The win hasn't kind of catapulted a team in towards the match point potential, right? It hasn't put them towards that 50 points where the rest of the lobby is kind of looking at it and going, oh, you know, we've got a long, long way to go. Everybody's been scrapping points. Nobody's really had a bad game, so to speak, across the view. There's been enough points picked up by the majority of our teams to know that if they get into a position to win a game, they will become part of that group that could well hit match point first. Well, the birthday celebrations will continue later, but we've got a lot more Apex Legends to get going in front of us. World's Edge, we continue with our match point finals.
Yeah, somehow we still saw the likes of 07 and Elevate eliminated first on World's Edge, despite the fact they weren't being contested. But now we are going to get to witness just more greatness. What an amazing couple of matches, few matches we've had so far. And it just has me scratching my head. The fact that we are still not at any teams on match point, how far will we go today? Or will this be the match where finally someone reaches that 50-point threshold? You can see LG dropping in 32 points at the moment. Reject Winity are on 36, so they're not far off.
One thing that's very important, I think, to note about that last performance that we saw from LG, and it's the unquantifiable thing that you're looking for in a team and you're looking for in a player, right? When it comes to those clutch moments, a 1v1, a 2v1, whatever it is, if you can find a way to win those moments, they can be the difference when it comes to those tournament-winning moments. And LG just showed that in that clutch moment, they found a little bit of magic. They were able to find the kills that they needed to survive and close that game out. Now, speaking of LG, speaking of zones, by the way, LG are going to be very happy with where we're going to find ourselves going.
As soon as LG hit that red console, they're going to be rubbing their hands together because this is a zone that they're going to have a lot of priority to.
5、6位までかな、可能性があるな。いや、でもめっちゃ団子だな、ポイント。すごい団子。
Legends Gaming down at Landslide also going to be pretty delighted. But the fact that our top two teams here in Reject and LG, both with prior to zone, means that we may get one of them on match point if they can find a victory here.
It's an interesting zone, though. You're looking at it, right? And I think a lot of information is, of course, going to be garnered a little bit later on when we've seen that zone 3 info. But you're kind of thinking if
LG に神が味方してる。50ポイントで点灯だから、まあ、今のペースでいくと1位のチームがだいたい20点ぐらい取ってるから、今25ポイントとか持ってる人たちは結構激アツで、10位まで10位が20点で、その上が25とか26とか持ってるから結構熱いね、今回の試合。30点持ってる1位と2位はね、結構やばい。マジで転倒の可能性がある。アライアンスはちょっとスロースターターかな。どうなるんやろ。大丈夫？カーソルない？平気
？Dropping somewhere where the zone's going to be coming, you're going to get a lot of neighbors very soon, and they haven't been able to get up even to blues as of yet. So if someone was to drop nearby or push up, as Fnatic were previously, then they might find themselves in a difficult spot. But Fnatic have been able to get past them here into staging, and it looks like they're going to be happily residing there for now.
なんでここは戦っちゃうの？トドーバイトストップであれしたのになんで戦っちゃうの？
Understandably so. This is not a fight you want to take at this point with the extreme elevation difference between these two teams. Elevate have been quiet so far. I have to say, a little bit surprisingly, after what was a very impressive performance from them yesterday.
Well, I mean, the fact they're contested against 07, it's to be expected they're going to be a little bit more difficult on Storm Point, but here on World's Edge, it's a different story. 07 on the back foot slightly. Let's jump into a listen and see how they navigate this.
They want to fight. Look on bottom floor. I'm swinging out right door. I'm swinging out right door. They're close to me. I'm back. I'm with that feet. Two right side. Natsuki, look where I'm playing. I'm going further around.
なんか殺人事件が起きたみたいな叫び声してたけど。
They're close. Look where they're kill bang.
返しが痛い。うわーナイス。うわーワンメワン。うわーナスキーナスキーナスキーお前が最強だー。
Every single time it's 07 versus Elevate, and 07 have had the upper hand several times now. But can they get to the late game?
お、いいぞキノドロップ。いいよキノドロップ。いきなそれ。
But sadly for 07, they now need to think about how they get out of this mess.
I mean, you can look back on this situation.
ポイント欲しいからね、今ちょっとキノドロップは。
Get our shields nice and charged up before we got third party. So 07 going to look back at that. I have to say as well that my ears are still ringing from some of those noises that I just heard coming out of their mouths. But they're going to be a bit disappointed that they're finding themselves having to play this as a 2.
You can see Aurora, they're just going to be moving on the northern side. They would have heard these shots coming out from Kinatrope, but decided that they can actually get into a position maybe with the possibility of holding out teams here rather than forcing themselves into zone. Because if you do hear commotion in Monument, all you have to do is sit up on that hillside and you should be able to pick off the pieces of those who arrive a little bit later. Speaking of later, there's going to be a few teams who are still making their way through, TSM being one of them. They're going to be on the southern side of staging, just thinking about going through that vault. But it's such a dangerous push to make through vault, right? The ambushes we've seen historically through that tunnel time and time again.
Well, one thing they do have, of course, is Verhulst on the core stick, so they'll be able to get some barrels down and slow down any potential fights that do take place here. And as they walk up to the vault tunnel, there's always that moment of like, okay, is there going to be anyone here? Are we going to catch some barrels ourselves, or are we going to be able to scan and make sure that nobody is ratting inside of it? And we should be able to play that for the late game. It's an interesting one, right? We're looking at our map overhead right now, and it feels like a lot of teams aren't wanting to bank on what side of the zone it's going to go to. There's a lot of teams kind of festering in and around the edge of the zone at the moment. There's only kind of 2 or 3 in the center.
And this is why it could be important for a team like LG, who are on that western side. They're going to have ring console still at Lava Fisher, so they'll be able to get the information of Zone 3 once this round 1 closes in 20 seconds. They just need to kind of hold everyone back and not get pushed in the meantime, but they should be fine.
We might be able to see a little bit of EMEA on EMEA action right now, as Alliance will be taking on Tirat's 1 controller, who are trying to escape, but the Bangalore smoke should give them enough cover to do so. Alliance, again, a little bit of a slow start for them, but it's what we expect from Alliance in these finals. We see them have these slow starts and then start to pick up momentum historically as the game starts to roll through. And to our 1C, speaking of rolling through, they're rolling through the zone right now. Alliance, though, it's interesting to look at it, right? It just seems like it's always the same story. They will have one game, but it's always when they're chasing teams that really got to match point.
Yeah, they need to find something a little bit sooner than they have historically, so that they're not in that same position where suddenly the series is already won before they have the chance to get it done themselves. So circle-wise, again, this is why it's been difficult to predict. We're still going relatively central around the landslide area. TSM are just going to be outside of it. The train tracks in the middle is maybe going to be one of the more desirable positions that teams might go for. It's Serenity who hold that spot at the moment. But TSM will have the ability to push from the southeast here if they want. If they start to get pressured, they could go all the way back through staging. But you'd imagine at this point, there's going to be teams that could hold out at staging as well.
Well, VP were holding them out. It's a great job from our observer team to show you what's on the other side of the potential exit here for TSM. And you can see how difficult it is to get out of this vault tunnel late if you don't decide to make this rotation back to where you came from, like TSM looked like they might be thinking about. Because you have to fight uphill, right? It's 2 exits. It's the tunnel exit, and then you've got the staircase to try and work around it. It's just a tough fight when someone is watching it, especially a team that's so talented like VPR.
16 of our teams are within this circle as Virtus.pro are starting to see more teams arrive. This one's through the train track tunnel. But we do have 3 teams, or maybe 4 teams actually, just outside. You've got Kinatrope and Alliance still making their way through. And 2R1C and Aurora way out in the middle of nowhere at the moment. They'll be the latest arrivals to the party, as LG, our previous winners, up in 2nd place. Can you imagine if LG were able to find back-to-back victories here to get onto match point?
And one thing I've learned in the Apex Legends Global Series is anything is possible. And LG, what a story that would be. And they've still got a lot of work to do, of course, to even bring that up as an idea for now, but it's been a great start for them so far, as it has for Dark Zero. Maybe not the jet-setting heights that we saw from them yesterday, but consistency is something that I mentioned, right? They got 28 points at the moment, a good win here for them, and there's an opportunity for them to maybe just get within touching distance of match point. The other side of landslide through the train track tunnel, you can see SSG on your screens as well. Almost exactly the same story for SSG that we've seen for DZ.
So a big worry for me with SSG, watching that previous last circle unfold, they have still yet to find a victory throughout the entirety of this tournament, and they had a victory within their hands in that previous game, and you could argue they threw it away.
Oh my god.
We'll speak about that later, as Hackers has just taken down Verhulst.
Come out nowhere. I mean, TSM have just been caught completely and utterly off guard. Hackers got that opening knock. And now, Reps is left on his own, and look at Alliance. Hackers, Red Evo, affected unlucky, already on purples, and it's no surprise to see TSM get rolled this way.
TSM still with one alive. It's going to be Reps just to try and dart around and see if he can do anything from this point. But Alliance, that is job done for them. Not only do they get a couple of kills, but they also now will hold that vault area, which will be in the zone for a little while. Now, it's not going to be an area where you're going to win from. The circle's not going to pull down to the vault, but they can walk out of the vault on Landslide's side.
And the difference between walking out if you're Alliance and TSM, like we saw earlier, with the potential fight against VP, who are still inside of Landslide, by the way, is they're going to be leaving that tunnel with red, 2 purples, right? And it gives you that little bit of cushion when it comes to the fight. You can take a bit of damage before it becomes an even fight, so to speak. As now we see Aurora trying to do something similar here, but Kinotrope is going to be up on this drill tower, and if Aurora aren't careful,
フナティック帰り予想で中継残ったら一旦ナイス。中継の上取れてたらいいよね。
Aurora are that far out because Aurora is still by Monument at the moment, and if timing goes right for Aurora, they should be fine. As Kinotrope have been spotted from Landslide, it's Virtus Pro who are up in the height, just taking a few pop shots at the moment, which forces Kinotrope to take a more defensive position. And they're going to have to keep moving south here because Train Tracks is going to be the ideal position. Again, it is Serenity holding that spot and probably the best spot in the game at the moment.
This is going to be a very tough zone to win for anyone outside of Serenity at this point because there's just nowhere to play. Essentially, it's just open ground. You have the extreme difference in height between the train tracks and the area that's below that. But 07, who took that fight earlier, are celebrating it. Well, not so many smiles on their faces right now. They're getting pushed, and Amphi is down.
Oh my god. おー、めちゃめちゃ食らってる。いけー、ナスキー、やるんや。おー、my god。お、さつきが、ユカエフが、これで、フナティック。そっちにいたのね。
So all these teams that are struggling to find spots that you were talking about are starting to lose players one by one.
Yeah, and this is just unplayable areas, right? Everybody has to essentially
どうしたキロドロップ狙われたか
to warm up a little bit. 2R1C will go down. Kinotrope Gaming will go down as VP still hold the height here at Landslide.
So now as Legends Gaming going to be moving from the north, you can see Aurora have actually been able to find their way into this zone. Now, they arrived all the way from the northeast, but it's SSG who are very close, and of course, we've seen Virtus Pro just all over Landslide at the moment, but they are spread very thin. Pricey nowhere near the rest of the team. He's a little bit vulnerable, but also in a power position to do damage.
Yeah, Pricey's got to hit the shots, though. This is one of these positions where all of a sudden, if 3 people lift up on you, you can find yourself in a really rough spot if you don't do that damage. Natsuki's still alive, by the way. Don't want to give too much information. Certainly don't want to curse him, as Natsuki is now going to have to use a little bit of movement, a little bit of movement to try and stay alive.
Oh my god!
For him, along by Frex will cut him down. There's 16 squads remaining now, as you are going to see that zone force everybody together.
Landslide looks horrible at the moment, as I think Reps just went down for TSM as well. Likely to see the elimination of them. It was Fnatic who just cleaned up the pieces of TSM in the end. Projectquinity, you got Dark Zero, LG, all kind of hovering over the northwest side at the moment, but it's only Projectquinity who are within the circle out of these 3 teams. It's LG who still have to move in with this next circle. Seems like a good time. Let's check in and see how the vibes are with LG.
Okay? Yeah. Fighting down, using everything we have. Bang on, cost, scope.
Sweet, how much energy do you have? How much energy do you have?
260, I'm dropping it.
Yeah, drop it.
There's 40 on the ground.
Alright, nice. 170.
They're just trying to charge 3 Evas. How many cells do we have?
6.
8. I mean 2. Listen.
Drop 2 cells, Slayer.
We can very easily just get underneath the bridge here. We can stabilize for a second with smokes, and then there will be a fight that happens here between the graveyard teams and anyone wrapping south, okay?
Yeah.
But we need to go kind of slow. These stick riders will stop shooting us once the fucking game. Okay? Yeah. We are playing to kill. We are playing to fucking kill.
Let's reposition there.
We need to no half wipes.
Can we look at it right now? Like Sweet to see what's going on? I see one on this crate though.
限界ポジチーム多いねんね。全バーテンたちのリジェクトがどうなるかやね、これ。
DZ trying to force their way in as well, but they're in a little bit of a pinch too.
Yeah, key takeaway from that was LG playing for kills, and you kind of have to in this position, right? You're not in a priority spot where you can play the zone. You can see in the kill feed, Sorcerer's just gone down for Cloud9. It's Aurora who are taking this fight, and Aurora who are on top of this fight as Cloud9 eliminated. And now Aurora, they are starting to churn up these leaderboards, 24 points right now.
And this is the kind of area that Aurora start to do damage when things get congested, and they have that advantage with the evos.
判断がすごいんだよな、プロの人って。
Fighting teams will benefit from a circle like this because you have to fight, you have to take advantage of all of these squads that are going to be nearby on the edge. Alliance have lost one, Omit have lost one, SSG have lost one. Get used to it. Everyone's going to be losing members over and over here.
強い。
This circle closes. Fnatic.
ああ、待って、こっちフラッティ行くか。危ねえ危ねえ。相手が誰かわかんないから応援しづらいな。
Aurora staying as a 3 is vital here. Blink and you will miss a kill, but Aurora are not missing a step at the moment. They're still healthy, they're still shredding. Disguise will be the next team to fall, but Aurora now have Hardeki. He goes down, so does 9imps, and suddenly it's just Orain to try and survive. Serenity gone, Virtus Pro gone, and
これゆかりさんがぴょんぴょんしてるのか。あるぞ、フナティック。
Important the rejectability here. Still alive, still cooking, still getting points. 39 points they are on at the moment. 11 away from reaching that match point threshold. And they are in a spot where they can still pick up KP. But winning from here is very difficult because you are not around the train tracks. As Fnatic also go down.
Yeah, they're going to have some work to do here. They have to clean this side of the zone, and it's going to be Legends Gaming who have just moved in front of them into the zone. Also, they've got to deal with a little team called Dark Zero, who are on your screen right now.
And Dark Zero, they're a real threat. We know from this northeast side, they can swing south if they want, which will allow them to get towards the train tracks. Currently, Legends Gaming are the team that holds center zone. Earlier we spoke about Serenity. Serenity went down during all of that madness, and actually it's not Moist who took the position off of them. Another team that is yet to find a win yet is not Moist. Maybe this could be the one where they start to show the form that they had in regular season.
LG having a little bit of an engagement the other side, and I think they've just completely and utterly wiped Liquid Alienware, and now they control the western side of the zone, but they have to move in now, and it's not Moist who are trying to hold them out. Fox going to take some damage. Smoke's going to give him a little bit of time, and Slayer will be left on his own, trying to finish this off.
強い。やれー。こいつ最後や。やっぱりここの線路のここが強いか、一旦。なんかアライアンスが一人で残ってんだよな。
Maybe this could be a victory for them.
And I've got to say, MT's player cams is one of my favorite. He is so intense, completely locked in as Rejectability will be eliminated. Moist still in control of this zone, and they've got a wingman in the hands of Walsey.
Legends getting pinched. Legends getting pinched by Dark Zero and Not Moist. This could be a Dark Zero versus Not Moist finish, but there is a solo left of Alliance. And that really could change things. Here he is. It's Effect, and we know, right? Effect with any weapon in his hand can do some damage.
He can certainly influence fights.
Why?
Influence in front of you. Legends Gaming will be eliminated. Effect will not only get that KP, but also increase the placement points here for Alliance.
Well, now he's got Not Moist worried as well. Not Moist are still having to turn to their backs. They want to focus entirely on Dark Zero here, but they can't until Effect is wiped. 22 seconds till that circle is going to start to force Dark Zero towards them. Big decision here for Not Moist.
ダークゼロはまた転倒はしないけど、ちょっとやばいな。これダークゼロが取っちゃうとやばいな、これ。
One thing that he doesn't have is the abilities that he's used to on Horizon though. Playing Bangalore this time around, which means that he won't be able to hit the ground.
ヘビーも20発しか持ってません、味方。その
decide to engage here.
ウィングワンは痛いね。
The downside here for Effect is if he does swing down through the southern side of that mountain, he's going to be very visible to Dark Zero.
Well, Dark Zero, they have to move first here. The zone will force them into the line of sight of Not Moist, and you can see that they know it as well. Bangol's going down. They're going to slide down underneath them at the moment, but they take a little bit of damage. But are Not Moist going to challenge this? And more importantly, are Dark Zero aware of the position of Effect?
Effect's about to swing.
エフェクトがきつけるか。
Suddenly they have to push on it.
全部マジ？どっちが勝った？ 2位だった？ 2位だったか。いやあったな今。エフェクト全然あったな。ダークゼロ。 モイストが取ったか。さすがに
for all members involved, and you can see everyone pretty happy. I mean, it's all about getting points at this moment and getting closer to that match point threshold. It does send
ダークドのマッチポイントまであと6点。
and has them only 6 points away from that 50 points that we speak of. For Alliance, though, really important points as well. Just getting into that top 3 was massive in terms of placement. It does put them a little bit further up the leaderboard, but not Moist. They get that win. This was the question I was asking. Teams that haven't won so far this tournament, can they find that victory so they can have that confidence going into match point? Well, now not Moist, they can scratch that one off the scorecard.
I'd love to go back and watch the VOD for the moment that they took that position away from Serenity. That's the game-winning moment for them, right? They were helped so much by Effect. We know that. We saw it. Dark Zero tried to slide in and take Effect down without taking too much damage, but Effect too good in that situation not to take one down with him. Almost took the entire team down with him at one point, thanks to a little bit of help. And then they were able to convert in those final moments as well. But looking at the overalls now, looking at the scores, we are in a position where you're looking at maybe the top 10 teams, if any one of those, maybe a little bit higher, top 8, top 6. If they win this next game, there's a real chance we see someone hitting match point.
Yeah. Teams on 30 points at the moment. We can look at the match 4 results, not Moist. 21 points on the board to send them hurtling up the leaderboards. They're now only 10 points away from a match point, but it's Dark Zero's consistency for me. They are still finding themselves in those end games time and time again.
Elsewhere, you see the kills for Alliance to the end. How important is that performance from Effect, right? Just not just staying alive, but also Alliance picking up the kill points. We see them took down. They took down TSM in that vault tunnel as well. LG again. Not a game they'll be too disappointed with. Some decent placements and a couple of KP as well.
Yeah, it still pushes them even closer to the 50-point threshold. Aurora, 6 kills on the board. Fnatic, 7 kills on the board. A lot of these teams had to play for kills in that circle, and you can really see that by the score totals on our screen. As we look at the second half, though, it was a little bit more miserable for other squads. 07 got the better of Elevate yet again, but sadly, just as they had their come down from the high, they got attacked, and they got third-partied in the end. TSM not putting a point on the board. Cloud9 only 2. It's going to be a struggle for some of these teams that are starting to drift away from the chasing pack now, especially when you consider that a lot of these squads had those bonus points to start.
A bit of a quiet one for the likes of Omit as well. They've had some pretty good games so far. Serenity, I think, will be the most frustrated in that game as well. They had that great position on the tracks, but weren't able to hold it. Usually there's one fight that takes place that decides who's going to have Godspot in towards that end game, and having held it for quite, the majority of that game, to lose it in those final moments to not Moist, you look back at those games, you're like, one fight, couple of bullets could have been the difference between us being the ones who are called champions.
Circles like that, very difficult to navigate. Also, shout out the cosplay at this event is incredible. Everyone turning up and everyone looking fantastic in the crowds. They just seem to get better and better, these ALGS events, and this is the biggest crowd we've seen. So respect to everyone making their way down here on Sunday here in Los Angeles. Now, series results. I mentioned that Dark Zero only 6 points away from match point now. This is where we get to the business end of this tournament.
44 points for Dark Zero within striking distance, and their point average, you would imagine, if they have an average game in the next game, they might be the first team to hit match point. But the same can be said for 3 or 4, 5 even. Teams which are following. Fnatic, 35 points down in 5th. Within striking distance, 15 points, very achievable without a win.
A key takeaway for me is Dark Zero's consistency across both maps throughout this tournament. They are pretty much a 50-50 split, regardless of whether it's World's Edge, regardless of whether it's Storm Point. So they don't really have a bad map, right? I would expect them to find themselves on match point after this next match that we see. Teams struggling a little bit. Obviously have to point out the fact Elevate have yet to put a point on the board. Contested on Storm Point though, and have 07 on the rotation in World's Edge, so it's been a little bit of a difficult time for them.
Interesting stat line there from 07
as well. プラス防止レッサールールで転倒させてくれるフナティック。転倒したらいいね。転倒するとこ出てきそう。1、2、3位、4位まではちょっと転倒まであるな。普段もめっちゃ大量キルとかしとったら多分転倒する。
Because that could have been a game where one, you know, the alliance and effects fall a little bit earlier than expected, maybe take a fight, a little bit of frustration comes through, but surviving and living in those moments and getting into that top 3, top 2 with a few extra KP can make all the difference. Well, one thing that makes all the difference, if you're gaming, you're sat at home right now, is a beautiful piece of Herman Miller wear. And if you're liking, if you're one of those people who likes to take care of your lower back, well, so do I. I've already talked to you about this. You should do it. Big shout out to our sponsor, Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. If you pay close attention, you'll see the newish Phantom colorways that our ALGS coaches are using this weekend. And in celebration of the Split1 playoffs, all Herman Miller gaming products are 20%
プレゼント6はちょっとね、もうちょっと欲しいよね。
If you want one, now is the best opportunity to grab one. And yeah, as I said, he has stood ever taller since he has sat in one of those chairs.
Lovely stuff. All right, well, we've got to jump into a quick break now. Match point will continue here in LA. The question is, will one team cross that threshold when we get back?
モンスターが後ろじゃなかったらな。アンラッキーがはえーって顔してる。
So, hero, what's the plan? Let's do some shopping.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You ready for another round?
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
わかんねー。誰？うさこ。うさこやろ、これ絶対。
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to LA, everybody. Welcome back to the Galen Center. And if you are just joining us, but it's a perfect time to do so. The match point finals are starting to heat up, and we are in the wonderful piece of our tournament now where one team you feel might be the first to hit match point.
Yeah, I said it's business end of the tournament for a reason, right? We're going to start to see those teams getting onto match point and making the rest of the lobby extremely nervous because it could be the last game they play when it does get to that scenario. However, still no team on match point right now, so that's still good news for those who are in the chasing pack. You have got time to catch up.
Well, you can see what they're playing for right now. It's not just the money, there's that trophy as well, as we can see the faces of every single player from every single team on that main stage, locking in and getting ready to change maps as well over to Storm Point again.
I'm rolling my sleeves up as well. I feel like I have to now. I'm trying to get just as locked in as these players are. And I was mentioning, you know, the teams that have found victories, the teams that haven't found victories.
I just started doing it as well, I don't know why.
Yeah, I know, it just makes me feel like I'm going to commentate better as well. As we get closer towards match point and once we start seeing teams reach match point, I can start talking about how often these teams found victories throughout this tournament, throughout the entire regular season, and that's when those numbers really begin to count. Which teams are not going to crumble under that pressure? Which teams are used to finding victories when they need them?
Back to Storm Point then for match number 5. Just as people start to get comfortable, once again we pull the rug out and we switch that map up. Just a reminder of our standings. Dark Zero needs 6 points to hit match point. In behind them, Rejectability, they need 9, not Moist just behind them, they need 10. LG 12, Fnatic 15. So everybody in that top 5 within striking distance and just behind them. Chasing back, you aren't too far away as well.
Well, round 3 and ring the bell. It's Elevate versus 07, but it's not just been Storm Point. They were fighting on World's Edge as well. Elevate yet to get a kill on the board.
Lasky looking to fly in. They've had to use the Radiant transfer early though. Grab lift is going to be used as well to try and get up to that height, but nobody's going to be able to take it. So early damage exchange is going to go the way of V8, but like you say, no knocks whatsoever.
Let's go, Pride fight.
Big thermite, that's going to be a lot of ticks, and it might just encourage a drop down, and here comes said drop down. But now
わー、強すぎた。後ろ後ろ。はい、ナスキーの勝ちということでよろしい？ え
？Well, they can't celebrate too long, 07, because Aurora and a smirking Hardeki ruin everyone's fun but their own.
Classic Aurora. I heard a few boos there as well. That's
Do you want to hear something even crazier, by the way?
Yes.
Aurora has split draw.
面白すぎるだろ。おやおや、いっちゃんおもろいって今のが。今世界大会のいっちゃんおもろいクリップ出たって。
Recognizing that there has been a contest going down that has been elongated at times and KP's
ガチでおもろいって。煽ってたら殺されたって。
Just get one lone member of Aurora at Sito Station. Brilliant. I love it.
神がリジェクトに味方をしている。
Recognizing where the patterns are is the downside. Dark Zero's rotation might just catch out Aurora.
Yeah, wait, I was going to say.
ほらもうね、一人だけ残して二人だけで来るなんて。
ダ
ークゼロがいるぞ。大丈夫か？
Dark Zero are moving down, by the way, because they don't have any information on zone right now. They didn't have a ring console to work with, so they're trying to get to this survey beacon just so they can get any sort of info on where people are going to be going.
And the good news for both Aurora fans and Dark Zero fans is that nobody really took any casualties in that little contest that we see going down. So everybody will be safe apart from 07 and E8. And I've got to say, one thing I've really enjoyed about how Aurora have approached things is they're not really willing to know, they're not playing the gentleman's game here. They are looking for the best way to get points. They are being so efficient and they aren't afraid. We saw them hot dropping on people in groups, right? Split drop in, seeing someone drop, they're three-man them. Any way they can get points, Aurora are using it to their advantage, and I just think that's brilliant.
There's no rules that state you can't just drop somewhere else and ruin someone else's game, and as you mentioned, it's been happening all tournament long, and they, I guess, are becoming the villains of the lobby, and
points are points.
I'm okay with it because I want to see more of it, to be honest. Now, Aurora, they will be rotating later on, so instead we can start to focus on the teams that have actually found themselves to more of the ideal positions. So we've got Omit here, can reside on this rock for quite a while, but there are a few teams around. Reject, Winity, and Serenity are the other two teams. Now, Serenity were in this position last game. They were in one of the better spots. Sadly, they lost out to Not Moist, who went on to win. So Serenity will know they need to be holding these spots a little bit better in this game.
Serenity, like you say, they have one of the great spots. RC inside of the armory, but those broken armories, I always talk about it. It's such a different position than it was in the previous season because of the fact that the walls are broken. There's so many lines aside that can be picked off by other teams. And Satsuki up on the high ground is looking to pick off a few shields here with his flatline.
If you're some of the teams that are in the lower half of the table now, you want to see teams like Fnatic dropping out and getting eliminated in this early game. It is Dark Zero on the other side. Again, another team you would love to see get eliminated, if you are one of those teams. But Dark Zero just don't have the same kind of info that other teams do at the moment. You can see the ring console is over here, so they'd love to be able to hit it, but Fnatic, they're just holding them off right now.
Armor checks on both sides are going to pretty much indicate this is an even fight as well. So I don't think anyone really, with 18 squads remaining, wants to engage. Zero, you can see he's made the call. He's already out scouting towards where they can play for this zone a little bit later on.
And this is impressive because this is just off survey beacon data that they've got. They've realized they saw those teams just on the northeast of checkpoint, and now they're going to go and say, all right, well, we're going to commit to the same places that others have. As SSG, who are in 7th place, 30 points at the moment. Again, a victory here, 8 kills and a win, and suddenly you're on match point. This is what you were speaking about. If you're in that kind of top 8 at the moment, you are very close to being able to achieve that threshold.
It's Kinatrope Gaming who are on the other side of this, shall we say, engagement, little bit of a poke battle between the two teams. Nobody really close enough to capitalize if a knock does come in. Zone's going to force these two teams together. SSG are already out there, though. You can see they're trying to move through Launchpad, through the Spider Cave, and away, but instead they're actually going to take to the skies to do so. Good shots through the air here from One Tappy. But that bridge will belong to SSG.
One Tappy? 可愛くない? One Tappy?
Right now, but there is a big fight happening, and Alliance will get the upper hand to start with, and double up here.
One left, one dealt with. Legends Gaming eliminated. Alliance making quick
nice.
work in their team fights at the moment, and this is more of the alliance that we expect to see, right? A scary looking alliance. A team where when you team fight them, they usually get that first stock and collapse and get the job done quickly. OXL going to be popped here as well by Unlucky, and this is a great spot for them to hold to.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's an interesting spot because even though the circle might not be pulling this way, a lot of these teams that are rotating from the south are going to have to come this way, otherwise they get pushed into just carnage of all the teams that are holding on that middle side and just the northeast of checkpoints. So Alliance can potentially pick up quite a few kills if they stay there, but this next ring pull is going to be a big one.
いや、そうだよ。だってみんなね、なんかそこのリジェクト読みのところやろうと思う。そっちですか ?TSM いいやん。タピさんのカメラなんで斜めなん？斜めだった？ワンタッピーってかわいくないマジで。ああ、やっぱそうだよね。そりゃそうだよね。うわ、これアライアンスと TSM だ、また。
Speaking of nuts, LG on your screen. That could have been phrased much better.
Made me giggle. Now LG, they're going to be here for quite some time, by the way. The circle could continue pulling their way, and they're going to be pretty happy with it. My only worry is when teams start to force themselves through the wall, one of the first points of contact is going to be these nut buildings. And if you split yourself too thin, you become very vulnerable to someone just diving in, taking a building off you, and maybe catching one of you. So LG making themselves big at the moment, trying to take as much space as possible, and you can understand why. You just have to be well aware of what could arrive.
One good piece of news here for LG, though, is this is one of those zones where everybody who's approaching from the southern side of Storm Point is going to have to fight each other, essentially. Yeah. There's like chokes you have to go through. There's only so much playable area, which means they can kind of let the game play out a little bit and guarantee some placement points before they have to make any moves. It's the opposite to what Alliance are finding right now. They have to fight their way towards this zone. They have to fight their way through wall, and here comes Hackis.
Hackis done a lot of damage to begin with his Team Liquid, Alienware on the other side, and actually there's going to be a trade, but it might not matter because Effect and
破壊してる破壊してる急に覚醒してるアライアンス
This was the position I was talking about, right? Teams are naturally going to come towards them. They can take those fights, but are they going to be able to win the game? Because when they force themselves through wall, LG are going to be waiting on the other side.
But the good news for Alliance is by winning that fight, now they own the wall. So they can move through towards those nut buildings that have been held by LG. And they'll be able to scan and find out if they are split holding. They will be able to take one of the best pro positions if they can get close enough.
16部隊もいる珍しいヘリが遅いね今回
LG of course are going to be looking at that and thinking we can't let anyone cross without taking damage. VP trying to work the other side, and hey, look at Aurora. They've all decided to play together.
Yeah, Aurora have gone all the way round on the western edge. It's going to be disguised. They're going to be right in front of them. They can hold the trenches for now.
Wow!
Already. And sadly, one member of Aurora gets caught off guard.
Yeah, Designful, big 1v1 win, and he gets the finish as well almost immediately, which means that Aurora now are going to have to back up. DSG want to try and finish this one off as well, understandably so, but that's one of those situations where getting the knockdown shield not up quick enough, being taken down and turned into a death box here hasn't allowed the rest of Aurora to get into a position to close in. So DSG will be comfortable here. Aurora will scarper away.
ダークゼロを落とさんと6ポイント取られたら終わりやからなもう
in the arena, and I'm sure they'd love to hear what they have to say. So let's jump into a listening with Disguised.
It's a game over, bro. I'm dialed.
セル14個持ってる
Tell me something. Where did they go? He ran over the hill. They might try to go crap, then checkpoint and res. I'm playing out here right now.
エレメント E8 ごとせに行けあ、初動ね買わせてね
Well, DSG own this part of the zone right now. You can see that they're going to be trying to wrap a little bit later, I think, towards the position, of LG. But everyone who's moving from the southern side now, this is where you're going to see the congestion start to build up.
And you're going to get a lot of teams that are going to be similar as Disguise. They're going to be a little bit quiet in the moment because they're just waiting for that next zone information. There's a lot of players and teams that are in the dark because they didn't have ring console getting into the position they find themselves in right now. A team who may just be trying to get extra information is Fnatic, who are going to be sitting up towards Checkpoint. Remember, there is a ring console in Checkpoint if Fnatic would like to use it.
We're also going to find Aurora on that Trident going back deep in towards zone. I wonder if they did manage to get that banner.
I just wonder if Aurora just playing a different game at times. They're just having a fun time going through the red, ignoring every other team until the final circles start to happen.
This is why they get all three players
まだ
back up
3だから
again. So
耐え
they
れ
get
る
the
から
trident,
回るん
they
か
get the banner, they get the res. And now, even though they are going to be taking a fair chunk of zone damage as it is going to be zone 3, they're going to find some evacs, they're going to get in a position to get back into this game. And you know that they would have marked ZSG as a team to take down if they have the opportunity to fight them again.
Well, from one team, Aurora, who still hasn't found a victory in this tournament, to another, SSG. Still looking for that first win. But maybe, you know, you get to match point without finding a win, and that first win that you've been searching for happens once you're on match point, and you save the best for last.
2R1C are going to be inside of wall. Alliance are already in the bottom side of wall as well. As we turn our attention elsewhere, Cloud9, they're in a fight against Kiddertrade. This is on the southern side of wall. Mia K using the grab lift that was left to him. He's going to have to use more than that at the moment if they want to win this fight. A spray through the window isn't going to be enough, but a couple of shots into more players might allow them some KP, but this could be the No! C9 get eliminated, but Kiddertrade go down as well as Not Moist coming with the perfect third
振り
party.
切れた
For Not Moist as they edge closer to
振り
that
切れ
match
た
point
大丈
threshold
夫
as well. You can see they are being shot from the distance though. It's Aurora behind them, Virtus Pro in front
ダー
of
ク
them.
ゼロが
This
着
could
実
be
に
one
ポイン
heck
トを
of a
加算
collision
してい
that's
る
gonna happen on the southern
今
side
1点
between
プラス
three
されている
amazing fighting teams. Speaking of fighting teams,
アライアンス
TSM
か
versus
ですかこ
SSG
れ
is happening on our screen.
SSG
Reps
で
the
す
last
か
remaining player.
Reps is trying to pop a bat here, but he's being slid at. Is he going to be able to get this off in time? No!
あ
TSM will fall as well! As SSG will clutch up in that moment.
どうしたんだ TSM
Such aggression and deserved aggression, but no. They're not going to be rewarded for it here because 2R1C, they heard what was happening, and this is the danger of moving in late on this eastern side around
あれ
wall.
フナティックはダー
It's
ク
all
ゼロ
these
に
teams
破
are
壊され
searching
て
for
る
kills. Fnatic, they're also eliminating the kill feed.
Dark Zero as well. One player has fallen, but they're going to be able to
かぶっちゃったのかな移動がこれ
away now, Dark Zero. From being the first team to hit match
あ
point,
と
they are
3 ポイ
so
ント
close
だ
they can taste it.
Well, a team that's broken records in this land has been unbelievable at this event. All they need is one more team wipe or just a play placement, to be honest. They've got such a good position in zone. Here's the fight we were talking about earlier, Virtus Pro. They've got all the way down, and it's Aurora.
Surprise, surprise, it's Aurora, right?
オーロラ強いなマジで リジェクトはどこに行かれたんでしょうか
A team just throwing
あ
themselves
ごめ
at
ん
them.
ごめん
This could be their
あ生きて
opportunity
る
to match point here. SSG eliminated in the meantime. All itself being popped by Zero. It's a massive chance for them. But not Moist also. They're overlooking Dark Zero. I'm looking to take their spot away.
There actually could be a fight here which could really impact who gets to match point first. Not Moist take out Dark Zero. Dark Zero will not be on it. And Not Moist will have the best opportunity to do so. Only 2 points required
モ
now
イス
for
トが
Dark
ノ
Zero
ッ
to
ト
get
モイ
there
ストが
because
殺
they've
さ
got
れ
the
て
extra
しまう
placement
と
point
ダ
from
ークゼロ
top
が
side.
転倒してしまうっていうこの恐怖
Not Moist are taking every angle possible.
これは無理やりに3ポイント取りに行くかもしやんこれは死んでもいいからとりあえず転倒させるぜって行くかもしやんからマジで怖い
For an angle here, if he can get an arc star stick, if he can force damage onto them, maybe they get a burst through that door. Gil takes a little bit of damage. He gets taken out.
やめてダークゼロわーこれ確キルしたらもう転倒ですオーマイガー強すぎ覚醒している
Alliance now fight on the other side of zone. It's LG who've been trying to hold down this split hole for so long. It's up to Slayer now to
キーマウ対決
But it's not
格付けもしかして今の
Trying to move in. Trying to find the bodies through the smoke, through the fire, through the flames, and Zori's gonna take him down! Alliance will fall! And Slayer will clutch!
And LG will hold. This is what we were talking about earlier, but now Reject Winning
Oh
Team
my
have eyes on it, as
God.
our 201C also involved with a scrap trying to push their way through from this southern side. All the meanwhile, by the way, Dark Zero have hit match point with those kills onto Not Moist. So we've got our first team that crossed the
そんなこと
threshold.
があっていいの
And
か
just maybe Dark Zero can have that opportunity to win in the next match.
The question is anyone going to be able to join them? Slayer
頑張れ
is
リジェク
so
ト
weak, he is so weak, and LG will fall. Reject Winning Team.
あと6点や
They are 4 points away We could have two teams jumping onto match point when we're done here.
Aurora getting involved with the scrap as well. Disguised also involved in this one, and the revive as Dark Zero have lost players here and maybe will be eliminated. But here comes Sykes.
Here comes Sykes. He falls down out the dropship, and maybe he's going to influence if we will have one team or two teams hitting match point here.
And that's the point, right? Dark Zero are on match point, but let's say Sykes goes crazy, and actually Sykes can get more as Aurora wiped off the face of Storm Point. And now Sykes, you can see the focus as well. The pickup, the newest addition to Dark Zero, the trust. But now you've got to go up against Disguised.
Well, DSG want to swing. They want to make sure they take him down, but they've also know that they've just seen him absolutely beam someone through the window just a few moments ago, so it's not going to be an easy fight, and the last thing they want to do in this situation is trade a knock with 27 seconds left on this game clock. Elsewhere, Serenity still strong in zone. Omid holding down the rocks outside of it. 2R1C are holding the choke, but Reject Winity have to be the focus here. They are still in that armory, and they are so far away from all of the rest of the carnage. So there is a huge opportunity, not just for placements, but for KP as well.
4 more points needed for Reject Winity to join Dark Zero on match point.
やるよ、リジェクトあと6点だから順位減らしたらええねん。でも移動やねんな、リジェクトパイセンは。だから移動をどうしようかなって感じなの。左が全部弾けてたらあと4点やん。
Oh, Shaco is just getting burned alive. 2R1C will be eliminated as we're down to 5.
Target spotted.
Omid, just 2 players, and here comes the move now from Reject Winity. The zone will force this play.
お、めちゃめちゃいい場所入ってんの。えぐ。
They're not going to impact them. The gen is going to be huge for them.
It's another purple for them as well, and it's important for Reject Winity. Survive. Get into that top 3. Get those
耐えろ耐えろ。これ順位伸ばすだけでいいぞ、リジェクトマジで。
Reject Winity with said grenade, and I think they might try and push up on this because these kills could be exactly what they need.
Well, they can secure some of these kills, and maybe they're going to get the points they need. It's 2
あと3点。
go for Reject Winity to hit match point and join Dark Zero with a chance to win this tournament in the next game.
1 more point.
あと1点。
1 more kill, 1 more placement is all Reject Winity need.
あと1点や、リジェクト。頑張れ。あ、いった。
Reject Winity with 3 and Disguise.
取れるよ。
Ground at the moment with a full 3 as well.
So this is more important for Disguise and Omid now as this job done for Reject Winity.
DSG fans getting a little bit loud here in LA, and why wouldn't they? 28 points on the board at the moment, but a win here will bump them up even more, and enemy's going to get the knock onto Blast as well.
Great aggression coming out of Designful just to take an angle, and he's got the portal to go back if he needs to, but Disguise recognised now. Omid were weak, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. Big points could be here for Disguise.
ディスガイズはチャンピオン欲しいね、でもこれ。
But will it be done in style? With a win here, Obi's going to go down. DSG trying to trade out kills here. Kanapu is going to drop.
強すぎる？
With the Mozambique in his hand, gets one onto team. Jumping into the portal. The DSG portal is going to be Kanapu. Can he get back into a position? Gets the armor swap to maybe win this 1v1, but it's designed for on the other side of it. The Sentinel charged in his hands.
金ノック2つ。
Designful still with some shields. Sprays.
おー！ 転倒した。やったー。でもね、キル数はリジェクトのしかもリジェクトが1位に躍り出ました。これはあ、ダークゾーンのキル数あったわ。
DSG with the win, but the story is not theirs for now.
姫のリジェクトやるんや。
Match points, Reject Winity, and Dark Zero in this next game could be crowned champions of the Split1 playoffs.
And of course, it will be Storm Point again, which is brilliant news for both Dark Zero and Reject Winity, who have been able to find the majority of their wins this tournament. But it's Disguised who have this moment. Getting a victory on LAN in front of a crowd like this, especially a crowd that absolutely adores you, is a moment I'm sure this Disguised team will remember for quite some time.
Well, just remember, that lineup was very, very close to winning the ALGS championship as well.
のび太やめてね。
At the moment, they're not quite there. They're not quite on match point. If they do hit it, they've shown they can win a game in this grand finals lobby.
I think what's important for Disguised is they put themselves within touching distance of the match point threshold. So if we are to see Reject Winity and Dark Zero fail in match 6, then it means that Disguised have that opportunity to reach match point themselves and then start to be one of the
デザインフルもね、よかったよね。
We're going to take a look back at the winning moment of that last game as well, and it's Designful, whose portal you thought might be detrimental at one point, as Canonpoo went through, but had to pull back due to the zone closing behind him. But this is the final moment here. Designful gets that armor swap, and that's the difference maker, right? Finding this Havoc, he beams one, he shreds one, and they just spots him out. You see the ping come in there? That's great communication.
And even though you
でもこの最後の遮蔽の使い方上手だったな。これ誰が残ってんだ？あ、ロンプ？
exited the portal, which allowed Designful just to shred through those shields and give him the upper hand in the 1v1.
And it's another great example there of the clip size of the Havoc, right? I mean, you have to just hold that thing down.
これだってキル取らなくてさ、チャンピオン取るだけでいいからね、もうダークゼロとリジェクトはマジで。
Disguised top of the leaderboard, 12 points for them in placements and 10 kills alongside.
止
It means 22 points.
まっちゃった。
Points with that 14 to go on to match point. So for them, it's all about winning now. Omid, 10 points for them. Dark Zero as well. Another team to hit match point.
Well, Dark Zero have had 6 wins so far in this tournament prior to this grand final. Reject Winity with 4 wins prior to this final in this entire tournament. They are going to be difficult to stop finding a victory with the consistency we've seen all tournament long. Now on the other page, again we had the incredible 07 versus Elevate contest. You had to pop off from 07, but it only lasted a few seconds once more. It's been a great fight to watch, but sadly, Aurora really thought on their feet and they decided, well, we've seen this commotion happening on the map, let's get involved.
I love the idea that Hardeki didn't even say anything, by the way. He just jumped out the dropship and
everyone else is like, where are you going?
Impulse, like, leave him to it. Leave him to it. It'll be back in a minute with some kills. 07 though, like you say, it's just the kills at the moment. The placements really aren't there. TSM, very, very quiet from them, but let's just remind ourselves that we were in a similar situation at the ALGS Championship, so we all know how that ended. We'll take a look at the series results now to see how we find ourselves. And like we said, Reject Winity and Dark Zero on match point. If they win this next game, they will be crowned your champions.
And that is an incredible opportunity for both of these teams, whilst it is still just 2. Because remember, the more teams that start to get onto match point, the more nervy it gets. So this is
同じポイントでマッチポイントはエグすぎる。
and it seems like a freebie, considering the rest of the lobby is all going to be chasing points at the moment. And the chasing back is not that far behind. Not Moist only needing 5, LG only needing 7. And you can still look at both Disguised, Aurora, even Omid, Fnatic, Serenity, even SSG. You find a win in this next game, you're probably on match point as well.
We'll have to find out if Reject Winity or Dark Zero will be joined in this next game by more teams on match point, or if they will be lifting that trophy.
まあフラがこの後リレンチャンプで GG ですよ。まあありえるからね、全然まず。
The final game.
なんてこったー、なんてこった、なんてこった、なんてこった。
world is so fragile. Wants to start throwing stones.
Two teams at match points.
さんおはよう。来てくれてありがとう。
It may very well end here, but I know we want some more Apex Legends.
配達、配信垂れ流し。
Insane to say, Reject Winity could potentially be the first team from APAC North to take it. But with the way that Dark Zero is playing, that dub is inevitable.
Wouldn't it be a treat for a region that has always had so much love and so much support for Apex Legends? Look, I know I've heard so many people being like, can we finally, please, just maybe have an APAC North win? Today is looking like it could be the day, Vicky. But as you say, Dark Zero also looming after that amazing first couple of days that they had, winning multiple games in a row. You can never count them out.
It's also record-breaking, looking at Dark Zero. The way that they've been able to just farm out these lobbies, we know that this is a team that is very kill-heavy, but we need to get that dub. Two teams already at match point, and I mean, the top four teams in general are so close right after that.
Yeah, I mean, look, and kill-heavy is a good way to put it as well, because it's not like it's just one member going out and performing for these top teams. I mean, all three of Dark Zero's members going into this finals lobby, they were second, third, and fourth in kills. They were, same with the damage numbers. Gen was well ahead of everyone else with 25k, eclipsing second place. That was effect on 22. These guys really are head and shoulders above the rest, but you still got to come out with the dubs, Vicky, and that's finally where match point has been reached by both Dark Zero and Reject Winity. We'll, of course, be keeping our eyes very close on those two teams in this game.
And as we get set up, I want to hear from you, LA. Make some noise, get hyped! It's time to get into the action. Our pros are ready. Our audience is ready. Gino, with the way that we've been seeing, I mean, Reject Winity is one of the only teams rocking that Watson, and there's no crypto in this lobby. Your fences are safe here.
It's funny because if you go back to 2022, APAC North was the region running so many cryptos, and they've always done it a little differently over there back in the days when we had Rev Octane. They were the ones going crazy with it, and now finally we see a lot more Watson for the APAC North guys.
Also helps that Gen deletes the Nox grenade that we've been seeing this entire lobby riddled with caustic, so it's a direct counterpick to allowing these teams to just brute force their way into a lot of these buildings, still keeping the bloodhound for that information. But you know what? I don't expect
ここのプライドファイトはどうなるでしょうか。
Well, I hope Naski's got maybe some duct tape on his arms to the chair this time, because you don't want to be getting up when you've got Aurora nearby. This time they don't go for it though, and they do take an early loss with Ampy going down.
Isolating Ampy though, almost trying to retaliate, but a nice off angle. Flipping away on the other side.
初めての3ポイント。
This time they say sit down to Naski straight away.
なんか SSG もなんか TSM でかぶせてなかった今。
That they're actually going to be able to play out this game relatively normally. Now, having a look
レジェンドゲーミングの一人を買ったんだね、そこの。
Reject and Dark Zero, they have got more than 50 points. They achieved that last game. That means they are the only two teams that can end this series for us here.
And looking at where this circle is going to be moving on to, probably by that choke on the northeast side of Jurassic. Hearing the crowd getting a little hyped here as we take a look at the squads that have been struggling. TSM. Looking like another story is being written.
検問されてる。
Okay. Legends over here. They've lost strafing fame early on. Interesting. To go back down towards Stormcatcher here. It could have been a dropship issue. Perhaps they were trying to get on the gravity cannons with TSM. Of course, you know, there's a lot of the time on that north side of the map where you even need to take the gravity cannons just to reach your POI. And if for some reason Legends were getting into that with them, could have run into some issues there. So, yeah, with that circle very much going down towards Jurassic Park. Previously, we would have said, no, can't end there. It'll be outside in the mid-map ski lift area. Virtus Pro are going to rotate very early from there. Even 2R1C have exited Jurassic as well. So with the ring console information that they had, that does lend us to believe that it's going to be more north of Launchpad.
All that information off their POI as we take a look at Dark Zero now making their
ダークゼロが暗中読みを外すなんて。
over by Cito. They're looking at
いや、
Elevate.
これは普通にあれか、蜂蜜を取りたいだけだ。ホイフルが
Also could help them with that rotate here
ホイフ
too.
ルが2人上回がしてる
They also have the survey beacon that went in when they exited out of mill as we see more teams taking the trident.
Oh, 2Rats on controller. They've ratted very well here as they see a team come down and just get absolutely rinsed by them on the gravity cannon.
Tomcat, Ratcat here. 2Rats on controller living up to their name. Gonna be able to call out Koiful
本当それ言って大丈夫
for going on the other side of the gravity
PSM
cannon.
いないん
They're
そ
gonna be
れ
able to try to chase whatever's left of Legends. And not really worrying about a third party here, because while they are going to be moving north side of Stormcatcher, teams like Kino Choke are still on that south side.
The chase is on. They see player K trying to
Oh
make
my
his
God.
way out. Meanwhile, that fight has not gone so well for one of our match point teams here, with the other two Dark Zero members getting into it with Elevate.
Elevate finally winning their 50-50 versus 0-7. And now chasing right behind Dark Zero after losing out on that one teammate, a team that is at match points as they're trying to run for their lives. This is a team that doesn't have a support legend. They cannot get Zero back
アルファさんが
And it's a very interesting proposition from here.
すごい
Vicky,
な
what do they do? They're on match
マッ
point.
チポイント
Do they play for
マ
the
ッチ
win?
ポイン
Do
ト
they
チー
try
ム
and
で優
somehow
し
get
く
back
ない
around and grab that
この
banner?
ゲーム
Lord
相
knows
変わ
it's
ら
gonna
ず
be hard if
優
they
しく
try
ない
and grab a dub with two people. We've seen it happen with one in this tournament before, but that's a hard
う
task.
わーな
See if they can wrap around. They are still in that first circle here. Angle pulled in, that's TSM. Are looking down at Alliance by Lightning Rod. No team in the vicinity, the third party right now.
どっちのチームも落とすわけにはいかない試合なので、できれば避けてはほしいよね。
I mean, TSM are used to fighting in these buildings with all the contests they had over there at
あ
Lightning Rod.
国戦してるサイクス
They think they're safe, but they're waiting for them. They're waiting for them. The jump from Elevate to catch Matt pointing Dark Zero off guard. No banner for you, Elevate. They only find sights though.
誰が教えたこれ
But they did not catch. It is Jen Burden.
And that's fascinating, even the fact that they just put Sykes in there, right? I mean, to me that says they think they have to go for it and you know, try and retrieve the banner and want to be a trio.
国戦
If they
好き
really
ちゃんお
had
は
committed to
よ
that, they
う
would have sent Jen in as well. Elevate still waiting down there. It was a 50-50 play from DZ. I get the thought process behind it. I think they say, hey, if we're ratting, maybe one is almost as good as two. At this point, you just try and grab a couple of points, and it's really a go next here for Dark Zero. Our eyes turn to reject Winity. As you can see, they're in the middle of the map here with
Wow,
LG
biteった
and nowhere near where this final circle's going.
Dark Zero officially eliminated from this
あれ
lobby.
ライカちゃんのキルになった
The
ぞ。
only team left on match point as Aurora smiles all around here for Hardeki. They're gonna be able to not only rotate.
ライフラインこれついてくんのでかー。LG はこれ知ってて詰めてきてる？
Only other match point team left in this lobby rejects.
パンチ読みが外れてるねみんな。
Reject Winity, they're set up, but they're set up in completely the wrong area. The zone nowhere near them now.
Looking like a Picasso painting with those Watson fences all over the walls here. This Sky's now engaging. Design's going to be able to take onto the roof. The Beast of the Hunt activated from the other side to get some scans going, but enemy does have that
確かにワトチームって少ないもんね。
Nice tick damage here. Timmy looking to try to engage at a different off angle. They have to cycle through here. Enemy taking a little bit of damage, but this fight taking a bit longer than they may have liked. While on the other side, Reject Windy still waiting patiently in here. They have to move eventually in less than a minute.
But they just feel so locked in. Okay.
頑張れフナティック。画面は見えないけど頑張れフナティック。
A pylon, they've got nothing to soak up those missiles coming in, so this should push them off the roof. But Slayer still there.
どうなっているんだこれは。諦めたか。
Are they really retreating at this point?
画面を見せてくれんか。
Serenity
dead?
And that was just to the north, right? I mean, Disguise might come down the zip line on the top of your screen very soon, as well as elevators. We swing the camera around. They've got 6 points right now, all from kills in this game. They're just being a menace. How many other teams can they mess with? Imagine if they took out both match points.
The comeback factor would be crazy here for Elevate as they're looking to engage.
普段はマリオカートで追いかけ回してた。
Coming in from the north side by that
ヤクザルールだ。
They got the knockouts of Funk and Slayer, and now it is only Sweet alive as a rat for LG.
Disguise creeping down the hill as well. Meanwhile, reject of Scarpet. This is fantastic for our leading team's chances. Above Dark Zero in points.
Contact.
Rejects go closer to Jurassic. Down towards even Pylon, where the zone has actually shifted. So 2R1C, remember, they moved out of Jurassic to the northeast. Hasn't swung in their favor.
Hitting some shots with that Sentinel, but Timmy also taking a huge chunk of damage while E8 try to rotate south side of Disguise. That zone is closing in on Disguise too. Saw some plays being attempted to be made by Design for deciding if they want to try to just leave it here, call out the solo that is Sweet still in the circle.
Yeah, could grab the kill onto that one. Round 2, if you've got enough meds, I mean, well, one med kit, 4 syringes, maybe they'll grab some more here. Yes, does resupply, probably worth it at that point. I mean, Disguise, they've been cooking all season long. Rampart, you know, now we're seeing them trying to make the Wraith work here in the finals, and sitting in 5th spot, they are trying to make that case.
Look at this next circle. Virtus Pro are nicely set up inside that building. Could get heated very quickly with the amount of caustics that we have in this lobby.
ふなめちゃめちゃいいとこいるな。ワンチャンあるねこれ。
We know that Pylon has that ring beacon too. But while TSM try to find some space here, there's a lot of space to actually coexist with in Pylon while this fight now happening on the north side.
Well, we go and check out this fight with Reject. We're just missing where that zone pulls through. I can tell you it's right on the border of Pylon and Jurassic. It's going to be a fascinating circle. It'll provide some homes to teams in both POIs.
生き残るだけでいいぞ。生き残るだけでリジェクト。
Maybe a broken building.
You also have a quarter of it with the mountain in that circle. Also a fence line that exits out of Jurassic into Pylon. And you also have that high ground mountain that you could overlook the squads that will have to rotate in funnel from the Pylon side. Kino Trope already getting ahead of the curve with that choke point.
Aurora right in the thick of things here. They're just about under Virtus Pro. 11 points to match point for them. Very doable in this game.
And they hit that here though. His reject Winity still holding down this north side in less than 20 seconds, so they will have to start moving. They're trying to gatekeep Disguised.
Yeah, Disguise coming in here. The setup with Watson inside this tunnel is good for keeping Disguised out, but it's the next move that Reject Winity might struggle with. But first, can they move through Timmy and Co?
Even if you take this fight, you know there's going to be at least 3 squads waiting to gatekeep you.
うわー、刺さったー。なんかポータルがある。
But Reject are playing this so passively.
I think he timed going back
わお、
to the
アンラッキーがワンタッピーを。アンラッキーワンタッピー似てるキルログインやめてね。
But they can't use the portal anymore. Watson fencing that one up.
Design always showcasing what that Red can do. With the Lions are in trouble. Rufa gets knocked right here. Mia K, the last one alive. They found Solution Trade as LG get eliminated in your feeds. Now Mia K, one shot, wingman shots coming in. Can he make the miracle happen? No, he cannot. Kino Trope get eliminated. Alliance stay alive in this lobby, and look how many teams are coexisting here.
Okay, so that's Reject trying to walk this one in. You can see though, Cloud9 have a much better position ahead of them. Alliance getting stuck in the zone with DSG.
Oh, and Elevate are going to also be able to get the res off the zap. Using the nade effect, the last one alive for Alliance. Disguise have cut them off on this rotate. You see the pings here, he's trying to heal up. Gets a one shot, Disguise goes knocked. Oh my god! They are just enough to eliminate Disguise here. And he's got the Moby.
This man is so locked in right now. The banner's right there for him. But the question is, do Reject know this? They're right across him. If they move now, they've got the Bangalore. They can make this cross and stop Alliance coming back in. I mean, Effect has clutched up every fight we've seen him go into so far, but this 1v3 would be incredibly
そこ取ってたらでかいもんね。日本語だな。ゆっくりゆっくり。ゆっくりゆっくり。ゆっくりゆっくり。
The crowd cheers as our second match point team goes down and we secure a game 7. Look, I maintain it was the right play there by Reject to go for that fight, yet they cleared it out successfully.
フナ、転倒ある。いや、転倒したも
They would have had an awesome position going into the final circle, but Fnatic with the third party removed the chance for their brethren to get in.
We got to see some more Apex here in this lobby. Aurora now gonna get the knock onto Yanya. They try to take the roof here. Oi Rain though gets beamed. Now Hardeki maybe looking to see if he can try to at least get that rest. There you go. Also having to reset himself, popping that shield bat. You see the scan as well. They also have the gold knockdown shield as Hal hiding in between a rock before managing to get away, at least to go into the high ground, because there's Virtus Pro on the other side.
Moist very close to their match point eligibility. You know they're counting these points. More.
Liquid getting eliminated here, but C9 may put a stop to that match point goal in mind for Not Moist. They go out! 2 points away! TSM get eliminated, Not Moist. Hasta la vista, omit. Lefka and Blast still alive, but C9 controlling this building, having the high ground here. They've been here for quite some time too, Genome, as they still have those blue Evo shields.
Aurora. They've only got 3 kills so far in this game, but they're looking like they've got a chance to move up as well. Fnatic, I'd say, will most certainly do it. They're in an awesome spot. You can see this getting beams. These buildings don't offer as much cover as they used to. All of those players trapped in the stairwell.
And this fight, winning this fight would put them at match 2, but C9 right now as now down to a duel playing on the outskirts of this building. They pick up the wingman, they do not let it go before backing away.
そう、モバイルスポンビーコンが。
The kill leader for the tournament.
Oh my. Another one. Another one. This
Sure,
is
Mogi
Breeze
があ
on
った。
corner right now.
Oh, they can't do without him. Leica is back in. Omit and Cloud9, I don't think they're going to move out. They're too close to each other. Maybe some nades come in, but... Oh. All right, Fnatic, the other problem is, as this round starts to close, Vicky, this zone shrinks. It will take Fnatic out first. They are in a position where they have to make a move.
Unless Omit and C9 distract each other here, as C9 now having to exit from this building, engaging on this fight. Santo are gonna get the beam with the Havoc. Gold extended energy map here.
APAC 強すぎだろ、マジで。
Omit get eliminated. Our last 5 spots left. The Fnatic already went ahead and rotated and could gatekeep C9.
起こせるのか、それ。あー、フナティックはあと1キルでいいんだ。フナティックあと1キル取れたか。あっ、うわー、惜しい。そのキルが入ってれば。
Into the top part of the leaderboard. 3 squads left.
Elevate started with nothing. They are up to 14 kills.
惜しすぎる今の。
How do you go from 0 to 100 like this? E8 with an insane comeback story with 21 points for right now, but 14 kills is crazy. As Aurora having that slight low ground, they have the lifeline care package for some extra makeshift cover.
Unusually for them, they played it a little bit slower, not bullying people out with the red armors. They actually managed to tick it up with the placement points this time. 48 points for Aurora. Every other time we've seen a team on this score, they have gone down. If the other teams are guessing correctly who these teams are and taking them out in time, then I'd be very impressed.
14キルしてるけ
They
ど
are
この
really
チー
trying
ム
to make sure that the fewest teams possible are going to be on match point for match 7.
The fact that Aurora are 2 points away from also hitting match points. 38 points right now. They are neighboring Virtus Pro. Team that rotated very quickly from Barometer. You see that scan coming in. And with the lifeline, this could be a huge game changer as they slowly inch their way into that next circle.
I mean, VP on a single kill right now.
Oh
no!
No
It's
way!
happening!
Again? Hardecki's the first one to get knocked from Aurora, but none of these teams
Hardecki
get pushed first, though, so it's a bit of a
落ちるのでか。
stalemate as the circle's closing in behind their backs.
あ
Oh, another stick!
刺さっ
This time
た。
onto Zap, the Radiant Transfer, the conduit, that can also control so much space with that ult.
Oh, you've never been that happy to have 125 shields. It'll consume that Arc Star damage, but on the other side, VP teaming up to take down 9 Impulse and Aurora. I don't know if they can live through it. Can they just get a knock? Maybe a finish here? They need the 2 points.
Oirain gets it to cover for right now. They try to swing, find him at an angle, but he's
あ
safe.
と2ポイントが
So
欲
he's
しい。
forced to get out from behind the Moby.
あと2ポイントが欲しい。
Aurora's trying to get away, but he's stuck in the caustic gas.
それガスで死ぬんじゃない？
He doesn't survive it. They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
And Elevate from 0 to 100. They come
すごいキルムーブめっちゃ刺さったな。E8
to take it game.
すごい最下位から14位まで上がったぞ。何キルしたんだこれで。
So angry that they have been
873、18キルしとるわ。
games or play the games out at all. Elevate drop one of the biggest kill games we've ever seen in a match point land lobby.
フナティックマジで惜しかったな。ガチで惜しかった。
07 saluting E8 from afar. Back to the lobby, that is. Huge game here for Elevate. The crowd cheer to give them the energy. But can we talk about the teams that were about a point to 2 points away?
Yes.
from being alongside Dark Zero and Reject with that match point.
So many, so close. Fnatic 1 point off, not Moist, Aurora 2 points off. Couple of other teams work their way up closer. VP consistent up into the top 10 again now on 40.
And even teams like LG, a team that literally had to come out of the Elam bracket to actually
ライキーダウンからちょっと焦ってた。本当。
1 point.
actually insane. Okay, while we take our breath, I want to hear some thoughts from Rainer because Elevate are making a comeback story of a lifetime.
I'm not going to steal his thunder, but some would say levels as Elevate rise up to the occasion in more ways than one. Not just for the moment, with the crowd, with the lights in this arena, but with the game. One of the biggest LAN games we have ever seen, especially in a match point finals. We'll check if that broke a record. It certainly could have been the biggest jump we've seen, from 0 to 30 points in one game from Elevate. Rain Day, Glitter Explosion, DS, Spider Tip on the desk to break it down. Guys, we've seen so much happen, but it is starting to get tense. Still 2 teams on match point, and that hasn't changed even after all the fireworks.
Yeah, and I think those 3 teams that just barely missed out on it by 1 and 2 points respectively have to be in physical pain because they were all literally in scenarios where they were trying to get one more kill here just to ensure that, and they could not close it out. And when it's DZ and Reject Winity on match point with how they've been playing, it could end in the next match.
I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone is. The Dark Zero is on match point at this point. They've been dominant in getting great scores throughout these games, but they haven't got a win yet. Reject Winity, though, they have, and they are the first APAC North team to be on match point since year 2 when Fnatic was on match point. So this is a huge run from Reject Winity. What they're doing right now, it's relatively unprecedented.
It certainly is, and wildly enough, well, it's unprecedented on the international stage. We're going to look back at this split and say that we absolutely saw it coming with the statistics that they were able to put up regionally, and then with their performance in group stages. It's hard to say that we're underestimating Reject Winity when we've clearly been singing their praises throughout all of Split1 playoffs so far. What I think is still surprising and really surreal to most people is that Dark Zero, for the longest time, we talked about it yesterday, have felt like gods, and now we're seeing that realistically the playing stage between them and Reject Winity is actually relatively even.
And 2 different styles, Tiff, right? As we look back at round number 4, which is coming up in just a moment. Walk us through how these styles are blending against each other and also having an impact for both teams. It's not like one is winning out. We're seeing almost a tug of war between what is going to be successful. And while Not Moist got their first win in game number 4, there was still so much from all these different regions.
ちょっと寝ぼけてボタってやめてね。
I think a lot of this is going to allude to exactly what Glitter said when she was opening this up. Can those gods bleed, and would Elevate be the one to find the success? A massive game, but you turn your tides back to match number 4, back to World's Edge. We're Not Moist. A lot of people here in the crowd are expecting big things out of them, and it's just another day in the office. Already sitting on about 7 eliminations here, and the way that they're approaching this, Waltzy doing a really good job of holding these angles, forcing those enemies around. But when you just hold high ground and then you completely swarm around them, this is where Effect was staring down the barrels at Dark Zero and going massive, and all Not Moist had to do was third party and clean it up.
And what a story. Not Moist barely getting their visas, getting entry into the country, and then doing this. I'm sure that the crew is proud. Match 5, though, would see DSG, who've got a lot of fan representation in the building.
Likely one of my most exciting games in the tournament, because also when we saw Reject Winity hit match point at the same time as DSG and Reject Winity played this end game really well. This was another one of those situations where the last 3v3 did come down to execution. One of my favorite parts of it was seeing the way that Reject Winity were also willing to play around a Wraith, and you can tell that they've clearly got experience in APAC North, where the meta is a lot more flexible than in other regions, because they actually have the presence of mind to turn DSG's cooldowns against them, use the Wraith portal to disengage, and well, it ultimately comes down to an insane 1v1. The actual winners of it was really the audience, because this crowd lost their minds at a DSG win.
I would almost say an insane decision for Design to try to go for the no-scope charged Sentinel shot instead of just reloading the Havoc, man. But he was feeling it. They felt good about it. A team that felt good about their chances was Reject Winity. They were so close to closing it out in this last game, but a perilous fight with Fnatic, and of course before then to close out Effect on Alliance ended up changing the course of their history, maybe the history of this tournament. Lauren, what do we think about this play here? Is part of it just how they're getting to this point, so don't stop it, or should they have been a little bit more patient now that these things can cost them the tournament?
And I think that's literally what they're going to be asking themselves in this situation. Was it the right choice to make? Now, originally, they had to make that choice twice, right? They had one spot where they get really low and they try to make a move in. They decide to disengage, play it a little bit smarter, and they keep going back in with those aggressive moments. And when you're going up against a squad like Fnatic, with the way we've been seeing them play, it's a little bit rough. But then moving forward to this final circle, we thought Aurora was one of those last three teams that was going to be able to get on this match point. They start taking damage that they weren't really looking to get involved in. I think they were hoping the other teams around would try and go back and forth with each other and they could maybe avoid it. When it's down to just Oiring, he actually does a decent job of at least avoiding a lot of the chaos, but everybody knew where he was when he moves behind this rock to try and get this battery off. Still alive, still wrapping around.
This was a really, of course, critical game for a lot of teams that were near match point. You talked about Moist a little bit earlier. What stands out to me and a lot of the audience, of course, is E8. In this series, both a cautionary tale and an inspirational one. Of course, having 0 points coming into this game, they're really showing the devastation of taking a contest on match point, and at the same time, a 30-point game is incredible.
Insane, Tim.
I mean, look, I know Clara's out there somewhere in the crowd. Just she's losing it right now. 30 points. Well, quite frankly, almost unprecedented. You thought we got a crazy one in groups, but for a finals, a match point finals lobby, to drop almost a third of the lobby is insane. Shubi, Zap, and Zach, man, they are.
I don't think they're going to be losing any tiebreakers in this one.
No. We just got to get them there.
I think that they're going to win the tiebreaker for biggest game. By the way, if you are tied in points, it is your largest game that would separate you from the team you are tied with. So I think that they will be okay. But the story of Elevate is even more interesting. A team that we knew not necessarily having a chip on the shoulder. That's more Dark Zero coming in after 8 months, not even making finals after winning 2 lands and being touted as the best next to TSM. But it's more of a story of, I wouldn't say being forgotten, but it's close. Zach Mazur's been such a strong pro from us, but hasn't gotten to this level in recent memory, maybe at all, with this team supporting him. And so when you look at Elevate, it's really a story of, wow, we're watching a player who is blooming into their own, and it's exciting to see, and it feels like the energy is here in the building supporting him.
When you think about Zach, you're certainly putting him up there with IGLs that have the history, the likes of, although he was in a different region at the time, Zero, Sweet has been around the block quite a few times, and yet he's very infrequently lumped into that category. I think a big question and a lot of doubt was on people's minds coming into this season because he had to reorganize a whole roster, and he hadn't quite reached the heights that people like Sweet and Hal had in the past. We're so used to seeing IGLs who, after a while, do end up perhaps looking for a team, constructing one, and then ultimately falling out because they can't quite get things right. It already happens to Zach last split. To see him come back, you can tell he is not a quitter, and neither are his teammates.
And look at this board right here. 3 teams are less than 2 points away from landing on match point and joining Reject Winity and Dark Zero to have a chance to end this tournament. LG very close behind, a huge run from them from the elimination bracket yesterday. We'll see if they can pull it off, but big shout outs to Virtus Pro, Omen, and Serenity, teams that many people did not have being on the left side of this bracket all tournament, still showing up. Again, it has to be mentioned, TSM in 18th place, 19 total points. Alliance, 33 points. It may look like they're in 13th, but they're still having strong performances. It's just the bottom 5. We're wondering where they are. We know where 07 has been with that contest earlier. It's all unfolding here. Still 2 teams on match point, which means if Dark Zero and Reject Winity do not win next game, we will go again. But for now, let's go down to Stealth.
I have the best section. Look at all these beautiful signs.
sides, but I do want to point out one special fan. Now, I want her to introduce herself, so if you could tell her to tell us where she's from and what her name is.
通訳がいる。アルファさんのお宅？ピアスすごっ。
And I'm from Japan.
Now, we can see on your sign that you have almost all the teams here. Can you explain to us who exactly you're rooting for?
フナッチ、キヨトロ、and Reject, and DSG, and Legend Gaming.
So she kind of loves everyone here, which is great. Now, I've heard that you have been coming here way before doors open and you're the last person to leave. Is that true, and why?
最初から最後まで来てらっしゃらないですけど、それ本当の話ですか？最初から最後まで会場にいらっしゃいますけど、それ本当の話ですか？
Right.
All right, now who do you think is going to win? I mean, we are so close to having so many teams at match point. Who do you think is going to win?
今年の ALGS スピッツ1プレーオフ、誰が優勝すると思いますか？
I don't know. Because everybody very strong.
I love that. You're absolutely right. Everyone here at ALGS is so strong. Vicky, Gino, please take us into the action.
Thank you so much, Stella. To watch everybody win, I mean, that would be fantastic to see the emotion behind it, but only one team can come out on top, and we only have two teams currently sitting at match point one. Potentially their Legend Cup could be identified. We're going to have to see.
Yeah, with Reject running the Watson here, as we pointed out, one of the only teams picking that right. And obviously, it's a legend that stands out. You put the fences, you can see them from miles away. As soon as a team sees any Watson team, they are going to make a beeline for that. It's always in the back of their head. Okay, we know Reject's on match point. We need to be watching for them.
That's not the only thing that teams could use to identify them as well. I mean, Dark Zero also being at match point, the infamous Bangalore skin that we've seen too as well, Gino.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most notable out there. The
Catalina, I believe it was.
Yes, it was.
That's the Bangalore skin that Zero uses, but it'll be interesting to see. I'm going to keep my eyes open. Obviously, when you start getting to match point, you need to start changing up your skins, right? You don't want to be identified by that. It's hard to get away from it with the legends like with Reject, but you can do it for the skins, and it's a little bit harder, it's a little bit easier for Dark Zero to blend into the crowd because so many teams are playing Bang Blood Watson. Bang Blood Caustic.
Right, that's Reject Winity. But as we do make that transition onto World's Edge, I would like to highlight that DZ is such a strong team in this tournament that they have a 50-50 win rate on both Storm Point and World's Edge. Neither map has had one sway over the other for this team, whereas what we've seen so far from Rejects, they're much stronger on Storm Point versus World's Edge. Literally 71% win rate on Storm Point versus their 29% win rate on World's Edge.
Yeah, meanwhile, a team like Elevate there, they would have actually just pumped the stats a bit further up because they were struggling on Storm Point. And of course, we just bring this up because as we move between the two maps, it does make a big difference in terms of which teams have a chance to take it out, where the zone pulls, and therefore, who has a chance to walk away with it? Because of course, there's only still two teams who can do that right now. This game, Reject Winity and Dark Zero.
Or are 5 other squads gonna meet them at match point? Fnatic 1 point away, Moist and Aurora tied for 2 points away. Or can LG sneak up there? We're gonna have to see, as our squads are gonna be able to be a little quiet this time around on World's Edge.
They are no early contests here. Now it's what we've come to expect, I suppose. Elevate just gets Survey Camp. Kinotrope taking over Epicenter. Alliance dropping all the way down in Dome. Kind of crazy, actually, to think that they're giving that up. I mean, sorry, they're giving Thermal Station up to Disguise. I mean, if you just go back a year, Vicky, these guys were going at it tooth and nail every time over at Thermal.
It's rotating around here. I mean, Disguise gets Thermal. Next time we see World's Edge, Alliance move over to Dome, but at least they will have that survey beacon to work off of.
Oh, this is I like this circle because as you look around and you see Dark Zero and Reject, it's roughly the same distance away for both of them. So someone up there is being fair with this one.
These circles going on the way once again to the northeast. Getting some deja vu.
Bloodhound up to 100% pick rate now. Be gone, rats. It's going to be very tough to make it as a solo in this lobby.
Makes sense when your entire vision's clouded with these caustic gas traps, the Nox grenade, the smoke bang grenades coming in. But other teams now in the vicinity as LG rotate around Landslide. It is Serenity that have made an appearance. Legends Gaming want no business right now.
待ってるんだけどな。コメント欄にやす。いや、VC 見て。待ってるよ、お姉ちゃんずっと。
Yeah, and with how it works at the moment, you really do get that information so often at Landslide, which very much helps Legends Gaming. That said, they're only at 30 points. 15th spot at the moment. A long way to go. Sitting alongside them is Serenity on 36, who were doing better at the start of this, but have slipped down into 10th now.
We have teams like E8 in the last game farming the lobby. It's going to be difficult to share a little bit of those crumbs. Evac Tower called in for Moist. Two Rats when controller are going to be looting and rotating away from Big Mod.
Watching the rotate here from Not Moist, they've won so many fans since their stint as Team Burger. They take the evac here over to R1C.
The Burger Brigade, I remember those days. Not Moist prioritizing their rotation though. Getting ahead of two Rats one controller.
Well, the really heartening thing about Not Moist, I think why they've garnered so many fans in that time, Vicky, is they really are one of the teams that everyone has seen as the challengers to the throne, to be able to take it away from Dark Zero or TSM. Sure, there's a couple of other teams that are ahead of them for the moment. Reject and Fnatic, of course, at the top of those, but
すごいよ、1位だよ、リジェクト今。
48 points, Reject Winity. You can see the pings coming in too. I mean, with this composition, very similar to the Cossack, with the Watsons, you could deny more space away from these teams trying to force their way into these buildings. TSM playing by the edge here. They love this rotate, by the way. It's fantastic too. With more of these squads going to be rotating from that west side, but the teams that you have to look at that are inside of these buildings by Overlook, Virtus, 07, C9, and Space Station.
But Monument, we're seeing LG go up against Kinotrope here. Kinotrope really haven't got started today. But LG with 6 points left, this could get them halfway to match point.
With that first knock here, they have the advantage. Funk does have to reset, while Slayer is trying to peek for him. While they do take this fight versus Kinotrope, you know that Reject Winity are in the vicinity by the Fragment east side. Funk has to pop this Phoenix kit, more time wasted away. Getting the Mia K knock though, they want to capitalize.
Can't believe he's getting that Phoenix kit off right under their noses.
Oh, dropping it right into the open hands of Sweet. He gets the crack, he's chasing from right behind, maybe trying to spit a little bit of tension as Kinotrope try to see another day. But he is gone.
Oh, they do get one tappy down. Trying to chase here, you can see with the X-ray, they've got them right there.
Oh, it's just a matter of time. I mean, there's not even a third party in the vicinity just yet. But as this prolongs and you try to chase, Bunny hopping away. Horizon. Sweet finally gets Kinotrope, but now they can reset.
アルファさんがうますぎたな、今の。
On the north side by the survey beacon in Grandma's house.
And as we said, 47 points, that's halfway to match point for LG. It's a rough couple of days, but they're showing up when it matters. And, you know, we've been talking to fans throughout the weekend. I can't tell you how many have come up and said they want to see Sweet win this and take it out with LG. It's been such a long time, but if he could do it, I know there's so many fans he'd make their day out there.
Dark Zero, all eyes on them. They're looking at the teams that may still be in Monument. You see the pings, that's LG as we've seen before. Gen taking some shots, they get the crack already. Going to be taking the balloon to see where they want to go here, but wanting to probably stick onto that high ground as the circle is going to be pulling by the rock side of Overlook.
Reject playing a little more gatekeeper here over in Fragment. It's not gonna serve them that well, honestly. I mean, something that we've seen them struggle with, like in that last zone at Jurassic, Vicky, was that Watson's great if you can get into the circle and then set up. But if you have to try and force your way in, that's where Caustic is a better legend.
Oh, Aurora on the other side of Dark Zero. Look at this, Aurora 2 points away from being a match point. The nade being sent in Hardecki's side. Before they decide to just give this rotate over to DZ, they've called it in an evac because right behind the win rate, it is elevated.
Both teams have a reason to not want to take this fight. Aurora 2 points away. It's risky to take this fight. Dark Zero, they're only worried about the dub right now. Aurora will get out first. Dark Zero prefer to take these sort of circles just for the walk in.
Aurora already in some trouble as we now tune into Alliance. See the pings coming in through this choke, but it is Liquid on the other side of this hill. But as this fight goes on, the third party is right wondering if they could get involved themselves. Two rats with controller also stuck outside this circle alongside Liquid.
Yeah, we're just not seeing a huge pile in towards that Overlook North where this zone is going. I mean, rarely have we seen them go towards the Vault Tunnel or over to the silos in Overlook. Every time we're getting that eastern circle on World's Edge at the moment, it seems to be going up north.
All right, revealing themselves to Rats and Controller on full blue. Take some shots at Omit, who have not only the high ground, but the solo edge advantage. Aurora, though, Dark Zero dropping down from the high ground as a finite impulse. Trying to engage.
強すぎこの男。もういらんやん、キル。
Seeing another team in the distance.
Zero can barely see anything through that, even with Beast of the Hunt popped. They're taking damage, they're still watching their back. It's a 2-1 split right now. Sykes not with Dark Zero currently. They've managed to get the reset there. Aurora back up to 3. Nades go in. If these hit,
Fnatic はどこでファイト
Gets
す
into
る
the
んだ
crack, but it's the lifeline comp. They were able to get the quick reset. Nice!
なんでそれができるのこの
Does
人
get the
は
shield break, but I love the angle that we're currently seeing from Zero with Jen having the high ground.
yeah, but they've taken a little bit too long here. Elevate and Disguise coming in off the back. Okay, Sykes is now moving a bit closer. He's given up the high ground and gone over to try and get a different angle. Let's listen to DZ and see if they can finish Aurora off.
I'm trying, coming to you, I'm coming to you.
They got him in again.
Oh, it's in the corner, but it's fine. I'm not heavy, I'm on the defense.
I need energy, I'm in the cart now, bro. I'm not on little bridge
ちょ
anymore.
っときついねちょっと長引きすぎ
Are we gonna fight them?
Yes, double XL, please. I need energy as well.
Okay.
I jumped. 40, I'm not heavy.
Kind of dying.
Come back. I'm not heavy.
ほらあと2ポイントやから死にたくないよね
Yes, please, I'm 0.
Come on, 1200 damage.
I mean, I'm gonna pop all 3 XLs now. I have Costco.
Nice, stop. Can we just rotate now?
No, you wanna kill him?
No.
Have a therm.
Give me heavy side.
Okay, Dark Zero not willing to push in any further. That many other teams over at Fragment are going to.
It is LG right alongside Liquid. They have
あ
followed them
さ
as
つき様のあれは入らんかったかカッキルは LG これファイト勝ち切ったらマジで熱い。
Come on, one more fight, LG. That's all you need to join the others on the 50+ threshold. Omit. 30 seconds left until the next ring starts closing. They might try and go through Ghost Town here. LG leapfrogging between these buildings, but they've got Alliance and Serenity stuck in 2 ahead of them.
Just so many teams waiting for them on this west side of the circle. It's not just Alliance Serenity. You also have to think about Legends, Fnatic. Also in
TSM 結構いい場所いるな。
probably force their way in, but if they do rotate
順位
on
伸
that
ばし
south
たいよ
side,
ね
they're gonna get
TSM
pinched
は。
by not
わ
And
お
guess
並
who
走
also
してる
is playing by the Overlook side of this TSM as Reject Winity on the high ground.
Liquid Alienware below them, Elevate coming in
こん
behind.
な足音鮮明に
Come
聞
on,
こえるんだ。
Reject. Can they get across to the zip line? Do they want to use one of these evac towers? They are within the zone. They don't actually have to move right now.
Oh, they see the team right in front of them though. They take those shots.
うますぎる。
Still trying to hold on to the high ground as Liquid and Elevate are right behind
来た
Liquid. Playing a little bit split
Chance.
here as Reject have won the high ground, setting up that nade, but they can't give this up, or else E8 will take this high
おみと
ground.
で
Gets the next crack.
Team streaming in though. All the ones from Fragment causing chaos down below. Alliance, Elevate will come in.
おー強いね。アライアンスが
Oh,
結構
disguise
き
on
つ
the
い
low
か。
ground here while looking on the other side. Not wanting to get involved here. Dark Zero are in a
我らがフナティックはどこにいらっしゃるんでしょうか。
Nobody's playing underneath here.
アライアンスで
See teams coexist, but not Moist is the only spot coming in from the south. Reject Winity though. On the other hand,
ファイトしてるフナティック。おマッチポイント点灯した。
teams.
Alright, Fnatic have moved.
頑張れ赤ちゃん。あ、マイカちゃんだった。
But that might be it for them in this.
わ
Two take down 2R1C, but just soon after it's going to be Legends ending their run
Nice.
in match 7.
Well worth it. We get to welcome another team here at match point. If we go
一
to
旦
another
ナイス
game,
か。
you know, because we still have Reject Winity Dark Zero
テントン
alive
ナイス。
in this lobby, and Reject
テントン
have
ナイ
been
ス。
able to claim this high ground for now, as Liquid were able to rotate and stay alive on that low ground.
Yeah, they chipped them down. Liquid, not a full squad
なんでこの人
anymore.
クレーバー持ってんの？
Zero with the Kraber in God's spot. Where have we seen this before, Vicky? Ominous signs for the other 11 squads left in our lobby.
Oh, he doesn't take the shot
こい
just
つ
yet.
は
Also
ク
put
レー
a
バー
break
は
on the other side.
わあ惜し
This
い。
is the attempt.
もう顔出せん。
See the pings. It is not Moist, while Legends will be approaching right behind them.
Coming up from stacks, they like playing the outside of that vault, but they don't want to engage. This Dark Zero are actually going to move much closer to them. They're caught off guard.
I love this push here, though. They had to get aggressive to prevent the rotate, or else not
これ
Moist
が
could
ね
gate kept
欲
them
しい
as
アン
Space
チを
Station also flying in
取り
right
に行くムー
alongside
ブですよ。
TSM engaging in that fight. Burrows gets a first stock onto Pony.
I think that was a really smart move here by DZ. So many other teams were going to start coming in from the northwest side of the map, so they cut off a lot of the side angles.
Look at this nice overhead here while
TSM
DC
やっ
take
たん
this
や。
fight versus Moist.
そう蘇生してる
TSM
ぞ
with the number advantage versus Space Station. Now Reject Winity.
流れるかリジェクト。
Also approach
頑張れ。
from that low ground, but they will
SSG
be
で
pinched between Aurora Legends.
オーロラも点灯した。
Maybe splitting that attention away from Aurora.
Yeah, Reject, they seem to be able to fend off people in these
あこういうフルもクレーバー
Zone 4, Zone 5, you can see they're late into it and they are struggling.
And now with the Gen out, using it as some extra cover here, Reject Winity was saying, pushing ahead. Moist are also in, being able to
オーロラ
get
で
that,
と
not
ても
getting
点
that
灯
finish. With placement shot, hey, Aurora get eliminated.
But Dark Zero, they've also cleaned out most of Moist, a single member left alive for them, while Reject, their main competition,
惜しい
is going down.
Reject in the worst spot. Our match
え
14, but they
強い
for now, but before the shot coming in from
ディ
left
スガイズ
field,
がこれ来たら
Infinity are gone from this lobby, and Dark Zero are still alive.
They scan. They see the single member of Moist left. They've got so
心臓がバクバクしている。
right now. This is the Dark Zero.
心臓がバクバクしている。やめてくれ。まだ世界大会見たい。もうちょっとみんなで見たい。やめて。うわ
They want more than a record-breaking day here. They take care of Moist. 5 squads left, and DZ
やめてくれ。まだ終わらないでくれ。ナスキ
9 are fighting to stay alive on the northwest.
え、それ登れんの？え、さすがにね。
They don't seem to know he's there. But with the 2 solos, 2 other squads up, Disguised and Legends are the ones who could keep this series going.
Oh, but Dark Zero is just in such a good position. It may end here. 140 off the Braver once the
それ甘えたらやばいんじゃない？ゼロさん。
The pressure is on. Legends Gaming look at Dark Zero. Disguise have to eventually go up that zip line.
Naski actually finds a spot. Not only that, he's got his teammates' banners. Is there a chance he gets them back into this?
Surely not.
あ、ディスガイズとは下にいるんだね。3ポイント欲しいから、とりあえず順位伸ばそう。
They got less than 45 seconds on the clock and they already got the scan.
That's a killer point, Vicky.
Oh!
Zero goes down to Koiful.
Koiful, the MVP, sending nades in their direction. Other team out here, Dark Zero, lose out on Zero. The huge nade coming in from Koiful. The Rolling Thunder. Legends may have saved the day. They go to a game 8.
ZZ can't believe it. Hands on his head as the grenades rain in. If there's one thing you can't do anything about sometimes in Apex Legends, the frag grenade on your skull.
We had the Legend fans in the crowd before we went into this game. Cloud9 get eliminated, and it looks like Legends are king of the hill, but we get the res. Sights getting Gen back up.
It looks like Disguise have taken the attention away.
これファイトされてしまうと。
Allows Dark Zero a chance to start working their way back into it. But the other members have scanned, and now they're pushing down to keep it going.
Sights here, trying to give him some suppressed fire, working up the
いや、ゼロなら合ってしまうの。順番的に使ってんのか。いや。
It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero. We are going on to another game, game 8 in the horizon.
わあ、レジェンドゲーミングも、ディーセガードも点灯。
Oh, they're legends to everyone in the crowd right now. Everyone who wants more Apex. The full 307 are back.
お、こいつら戦撃力やばすぎやろ。手離しとるし。ナスキーが世界を救ってる。すごーい。7チーム点灯だね。
When I said they can play a part in finishing that game off, I was like, you know, take some shots at DZ, maybe get a knock and allow the other teams to push in. I wasn't saying come out and clear the whole thing yourself.
Salute everyone in the crowd. I want to see some salutes. Salutes for 07.
惜しいなー、LG ワンチャン点灯だったなー。
5 kills. I cannot believe he pulled it off. Salute to Nasky and 07. We get
すごーい、みんな同じポーズしてる。やっぱナスキー人気だよね。あらら。 結構日本でいうゆきおさんぐらい人気なんじゃないナスキーって。
Pulled attention with Dark Zero. They were focused on that fight. Disguise, part of that too, by the way, when that circle was closing. And Nasky, stay naughty. He had to die for them to have at least some time to get the res.
And now that we have confirmed that game 8, Vicky, you've got to remember, we've got so many more teams joining them. It just got a little bit more chaotic. Disguised, Not Moist, Aurora, Legends Gaming, Fnatic. They all join them on match point.
7 teams. 7 teams in match 8. And LG are right behind them. 3 points away, but it's going to be crazy. I mean, eventually, Genome, right? Eventually.
Oh, maybe one day, but I mean, when you look at the quality of the other 13 teams, I see no reason why we can't keep going. I mean, 07, they're not on match point. They just took one of the most incredible dubs you've seen. VP have been playing great. TSM, never count them out. 2R1C have struggled today, but have had a great tournament so far. I mean, there's just so many teams that I feel like could put a stop to the 7 teams who now have a chance to lift that trophy in the middle of the stage.
I just, honestly, between what we saw from those last squads, Disguise,
余裕そうだな。ちょっと今のはダークゼロが悔しそうやな。サイクスが救ったけど、ゼロが中金にいてトロールしたから。
And you're telling me the Rat got his teammates' banners, got the Moby out, and got the dub? Are you serious? MVP. While you're focused on the team who takes out the IGL from Dark Zero.
And I think the other thing is that they would have just felt like it was theirs for the taking, right? I mean, they had Godspot, they had the Kraber, they had the space. They'd done everything right. It genuinely felt like DZ had put themselves in a winning position. So to not close that out, heartbreaking.
I mean, look at Sykes. It's a heartbreaking situation to be in. He does not look happy. I mean, come so close. After he lost that fight, looking at this final circle, breaking down what happened here. Dark Zero, I mean, look at this. They took shots at Nasky. He stays alive. And then with perfect timing, here comes the Saviors, Legends. And with the gold knockdown, Chen tries to get it, but the nades! The nades placed by Koiful.
Yeah,
was perfect while he turns around, mows down Timmy, mows down enemy. They come back, they have the death boxes right there too. They're splitting the wealth as they're living off the sticks. And then they're gonna look and get front row seats to the Legend v Dark Zero endgame fight.
Damn, even enough to pop the ulti XL and get that one last bang ult in.
It's so crazy seeing Ampy slide through. They killed Disguise on top of that. So not only did they find the last 2 members of DC, but they also were able to get another extra KP onto Disguise.
I wonder if the other teams just thought that they weren't going to be a threat. I mean, you can see them dropping in with no ammo, no attachments, but also no fear.
But watch this! Look at Nasky! Watch this! Look at this! Doing it standing up! Doing it standing up! He said, time to get bodied where? Not a edge.
I thought that.
Salute from everyone around.
レナさん VC 来ず寝てるよ多分。起きてるかも。
That's just the Nasky way. What a way to completely turn the tides. Taking a look at the match results, we have to break it down. The squads that were able to clean up some KP Legends with 14.
Oh my.
ナスキーマジでエンタメね。すごいよね。
07 with 5 KP.
多分起き上がれないんだと思うよ、レナちゃんは。
Right around Moist, taking them out 7 KP.
And that's kind of the hurtful thing for DZ, right? Is that that's not a bad game. They just got 12 points. It's going to push them further up the leaderboard. But all that matters to them right now is the win, Vicky.
All I'm saying is that the script writers have changed their mind, but something that has remained consistent, Genome, Hunson and Guessing will be casting those next 2 series, so I don't know. Match point, and we got all these 7 teams here at match point on the second half here, even Fnatic with 6 kills. Now looking at the series results, look at this, all the way down to the sky. 1 point difference to put them on the match point group.
LG didn't manage to squeeze out those last couple of kills. Kind of lost track
これ
of
ワ
them
ンチャンも
throughout.
全チーム
All the
点灯あるから
chaos
な
there. So close, but I guess all the other teams above them had also been in a similar situation in games past. So with 7 teams now on match point.
It's just the fact that Disguised-Toast is also here in the crowd. I know he must be going absolutely crazy to see those boys at match point 2. Who will host the trophy above their heads? We're gonna have to find out on the other side of this break, because we got some more Apex legends here for match point finals.
FNA のプレイスメントポイントいかれてる？顔じゃね？よかったね、クイズ出したって。12？ 見えんかったな。え？
As if it wasn't special enough, we have one more match minimum in our match point finals. Onset and Gaskin here to continue this story as we take a look at that trophy, which all of these teams are so desperate to get their hands on. The crowd here in LA has been absolutely ridiculous, by the way. We were stood up on that analyst desk, Dan, as the last moments went down and DZ fell in that final moment, and we just got hit by a wall of noise.
I put it on social media, goosebumps every single game, even every single kill, every single elimination. At the moment, the crowd is erupting, but it means we have more Apex legends on our screen. How much longer is the big question, with the amount of teams now on match point being 7. You'd think statistically at this point we should be finishing it here in 8.
楽しみな、君たち。
Never finished on World's Edge in recent tournaments. Ever since we had Storm Point added into the pool, it's always been Storm Point as that final map. But we have World's Edge to play again. Maybe we can change that record here today.
Multiple teams. Now
いやー、レジェンドゲーミングちょっとワンチャンあるんだよな、強すぎてマジでこういうフルが。いや、ありえそう、マジで。ワンチャンある、マジで。
In what could be, and I always love to say this, could be the final match of our match point finals.
Well, Dark Zero and Reject Winity had their chance to be on their own on match point, but now they're joined
携
by
帯入れてま
Fnatic,
す、キャスター
Legends
さん。
Gaming, Aurora, Not Moist, and Disguised.
Well, they are the teams who might be able to get it done right now, who by winning this game could lift that trophy above their heads. LA, let's make some noise in this room. Let's take the roof off as we head back to World's Edge.
So good to see all the different POVs of those players as well. The nerves that must be amongst all of them, but those in particular on match point. But remember the chasing pack now.
頑張れ、エイパックのせ。日のドロープはマジで楽しんでやってほしいな。
Well, Storm Point traditionally has been the place that tournaments have ended. But with so many teams now on the precipice of calling themselves a champion, World's Edge may be the final battleground for these teams to decide who's going to be our champion here at the Split1 Playoffs.
Can be a very difficult map to navigate. And if you get caught on the wrong side of a circle, World's Edge can be so difficult to try and find your way through any sort of team that might be holding you out.
But everyone's going to be nice and friendly off drop, and suddenly all that adrenaline all has to turn down a little bit. You have to be calm, you have to be focused, and you need to start thinking about where you're going to move. Do you have a ring console? Do you have the information that we have on our screens? Now, this is great news for the likes of SSG, Kinetic Gaming, Cloud9, none of those, however, are on match point.
Yeah, let's just take a look through here, our match point teams, and nobody really with great prio to this zone. It looks like it's going to go deep into Climatizer as well. A very tough zone to access if you're not there early. So a chance really for everyone, ourselves included, maybe just to take a deep breath here, just to get a little bit of oxygen flowing back around the body and set ourselves up for what might be quite a long game here.
Yeah, Disguised are going to have to move all the way from Thermal, from the southwest, all the way to the northeast. Like, that is one of the toughest zones they could have got after reaching match point. But again, very difficult for Reject Winity on that side. Trials for Dark Zero, they have to move all the way from west to east. It doesn't sound great, really, for many of these squads. So that means you need to try and do something special. Try and come up with something different. How deep is your playbook? Also, can we just reiterate what an insane and ridiculous win we just saw from 07, and I'm quite happy we saw the whole crowd saluting because they deserve it. What a performance it's been so far in this tournament, and who knows, another victory here, they might just keep it going.
I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that 07 have given us some of the most special and memorable moments so far in this tournament.
まだ参るからな、E8も。
Of course, would be for them to win that trophy, and they're taking a step towards doing so. Like you say, without winning the last game, but one team who's taken a step to being in a great position for the end game here is going to be Elevate Gaming, taking the backside of Climatizer. SSG are going to be extremely close to them as well. Here come Legends Gaming, who also, of course, in the last game, found themselves on match point.
Yeah, Legends on match point and
早いな、
found
入っ
themselves
て
in
く
a
る
really
の。
good spot.
マジで勝ちに来てる。
Kill leader at the moment on 16. They have been unbelievable. In the story of Strafe and Flame, when we got to see what he was able to do at previous tournaments, now see him thriving in this situation.
And the crazy thing is, Koifo as well is a sub. So you do see his job. Elsewhere, we're going to see the battle going down. The Skylane's going to hit. The Liquid Alienware are taking on Alliance.
アライアンスっぽいと思ったらアライアンスだった。
Alliance not on match point at the moment, but they are closing in, and this will get them one step closer. Yanya, the last remaining player. And Alliance are not an easy team to fight against, but he's got some high ground to work with.
Oh!
If it goes down, 1 HP, can he get the shield swap? No. That will be the end of things for Liquid Alienware. Out first, as unlucky.
アンラッキー強いよね。エフェクトのさ、サポート役って言ってるけど。
So Fnatic have a long way to go from Tree. I mentioned Disguised earlier. Dark Zero all on that western side. It's similar for Fnatic as they've got to move. And all these, I think almost every match point squad has had to move quite a far distance across the map. The only team that maybe doesn't get included in that list is Legends Gaming, who are in one of the better positions out of all of those teams on match point. But they're only on blues, and that's going to be a pattern, and also maybe one of the reasons why we see World's Edge not being where we finish things, because it can be very difficult to kind of find a victory when everyone plays a little bit more zone heavy when it comes to this map.
One thing I will say that I think has really helped Legends Gaming in some of those end circles and final moments is the Watson, right? We've seen that interception pylon be so vital in allowing them to not just hold positions down, but actually aggressively to be able to cross ground and not have to worry about caustic ult grenades, whatever might be coming towards them. Bangalore ultimate. So for them, that Watson pick has been so vital to their success. But I want to talk about some of our other match point teams, right? Dark Zero, Disguise, just mentioned Fnatic, Reject Winity. They're all going to be coming from the west side of World's Edge here, and there's a very, very good chance that we see them clash on the edge of that zone at some point.
It is worth noting that the likes of Disguised coming into today's grand final, the victory they had found was on World's Edge, so that's something that they can go off. Stormpoint hadn't been as kind to them. However, we've seen in the grand final, things can change very quickly. Now, Aurora, they've been the villains. Can they be the biggest villains of all and suddenly snatch victory away from everyone else in this lobby as they too are on match point? But it's a different game because we've not seen Aurora find that victory prior to today either.
I will say, and you will confirm this, what did I say? Who was going to win this? I said Aurora in...
I said Aurora in 9. You said Aurora in...
7.
So we could both be wrong.
Yeah, we could both. We probably both will be wrong. But anyway, Effect and Alliance and the rest of the troops after that win a little bit earlier on are going to be looking pretty healthy with those Evos, and they're going to be moving from the southern side of zone through the choke just above.
TSM アーマーめちゃめちゃいいな。
Elsewhere, you can see TSM making their rotate as well, and they've found some good Evo perks on their way. So Imperial Howl's going to have that red Evo, purples for Reps and Verholst as well. But I think one slight concern for me with TSM has just been their fighting so far today. They just don't look quite in sync.
But when you look at teams that can be the difference maker, that can continue this going into Match 9, TSM are a squad that have been have found a victory so far this tournament, and historically can just find that extra clutch factor when they need to. But
ハンマーポイントレシコあるのに、それには持ち帰れないんだ。
Still requiring 24 just to get to that threshold,
私だったら
let alone
絶
even
対持
thinking
ち帰っ
about
てるな。
getting a victory.
Well, here at Dark Zero, and I think out of all of the teams who are on match point in this lobby at the moment, I think mentally they're the ones who are going to be tested the most in this game, because they know that was an opportunity in that last game. They had a great position, they had Kraber, they had red armors. It was about as good an opportunity as maybe you could hope for. Now, obviously there's a lot to do in those situations, right? They still have a lot of work to do, still teams alive. But now going into that next game, knowing that that opportunity has slipped away, and there's more teams now, 7 teams in total, that have a chance to take this tournament.
アナイアンスやめて、それ。
What the vibes are going to be like? Is it going to be positivity?
本当
Is it
にや
going
め
to
て
be maybe looking
ね。
back on what we should have done? Is the
からないで
just the
ね。や
general
め
kind
て
of energy in the
ね。
comms? Is it going to be the same as the last game? Questions to be asked, and again, questions that will be asked of any team who find themselves in that situation.
Yeah, Dark Zero on their rotation, we're just trying to find some information of either where that circle is going to be going, or at least where the other teams are currently residing. Reject Winity have a spot to hold here within the next circle. But if that zone does keep shifting up towards Climatizer, they're going to have to move. Now, Alliance are an interesting one for me as well. If we do see Alliance get onto match point, right, they're one of the best teams that we have from top 5 conversion rates. From getting into that top 5 and finding a victory from it, as you can also see in the kill feed, Virtus Pro have just lost a couple of players as well. But this is an ambush that's waiting to happen. And it's Fnatic who could potentially be on the wrong side of it.
Alliance in that vault tunnel. It's going to be interesting to see what route Fnatic do take. As you can see, the other 2 members of Fnatic are taking a different route altogether. They've gone through the Geyser choke, not the vault tunnel itself, so wouldn't be surprising to see all 3 of them meet up, but it's the timing of it. Are they going to meet up at the same time, or is one going to be left lagging behind as Alliance burst out of that tunnel? And now we're going to find our answer. Like it takes some damage as all 3 players from Alliance try and collapse.
Yeah, they're going to want to go fast here. They only got 2 on the scan. They know where there is a straggler behind, and now they've got all the information of stragglers behind. Still, they want to try and press this advantage, try and get involved in the scrap whilst they have the extra player.
Well, Fnatic have managed to just about regroup here. The bang-up gives them enough time just to make sure that this is a 3v3 engagement if they wanted it to be, and not a 2v3 where one player can get picked off nice and easily. So Alliance, they set the trap, and for all intents and purposes, you have to say Fnatic maybe took it.
フナティックも落としたくないから引くかさすがに。
What a difficult position this
リ
is
ス
for
クが
Fnatic
高い
to
もんね、
win
こ
the
こで
game
の
from here, right?
3v3
They're
は。
currently being held by Alliance. Even if they were to get through Alliance, you've got the likes of Not Moist who are also on this southeast side that will be their next job. It's almost like Gladiator. You have to go through task after task and then eventually get into the zone. Well, look at this though for a play. Dark Zero trying to attempt to take the northern side, and it seems like a good time to jump in for a listening with the leaders.
Gap spokes there.
Yeah, second up. I got both charged. Batting. I select on them, I select on them.
Right the ledge.
I'm gonna save for Bangle, for truck.
We don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of barrels here, I can't see.
My card. Not really, I don't know.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm gonna bang out. Yeah. Bang out.
Why do I can't kill myself? You back with me?
I select you, I select fear.
Blue armors.
Yeah.
He's cracked, Dilly. I also... Okay.
I'm getting it.
Getting it.
I select, okay.
You okay?
No, we're not in. Swinging.
テンバって体力が
We have to fight them sides.
肉巻かないと。
Where are they?
On the spot.
I gotta go to them. Batting. And my ult.
I'm gonna bounce them. Batting.
Taking one really hard.
I select fear.
Hello.
すごい無理ファイトするな。
Go left side.
Yeah, swinging.
I'm making right now. Scan one.
Yeah.
Last make it. We're kidding. Remove anything? Any usual? Yeah. I'm baiting it. Throw left. Reloading. Cracked one. I'm running.
相手別チーム撃たれてるな。わー。わー、終わった。GG。ちょっと無理ファイすぎないか、それは。おー、危ない。
Two members will fall. One player still alive for SSG who manages to get away. But look at the position they have inside.
えらい。リジェクト偉すぎるこれ。ねえ。
Just left them in no man's land for too long, and the zone joined the fight, and then of course SSG came not long after. Now Reject Winity, if they can make themselves big here, if they can force some of these teams away from them, they will be within a chance of winning this game, depending on how aggressive other squads are around them.
ダークゼロが。TSM ちょっとマジで不調だな。どうしたんだろう。おい、返してる。
As TSM finally start to get rolling a little bit here with some kills.
So still 6 of our 7 match point squads are alive. Fnatic are one of them. TSM also eliminated in the kill feed, so they won't be able to stop one of these match point teams winning. And this is going to be a play for Fnatic. Try and slam yourself somewhere and hope you can just stay alive.
Oh, there's one player still up on height. He decides to get out of there. In the kill feed elsewhere, you can see Kinatrope Gaming and 07 are having a little scuffle. Alliance underneath Fnatic right now.
お、キュアトロップ。キュアトロップ、
trying to
キュア
scarp
トロ
away
ッ
at
プ、
the
キュア
moment.
トロップ、キュアトロップ。
Kinatrope trying to push the advantage. The bang, oh, it's going to hurt them, but it's certainly going to slow
本
them
当
down.
だ。なんでワンタッピーさん真ん中じゃないんだ。カメラが。
Of their angles here, and this is looking like it's a little bit awkward for them.
Yeah, 07 have just begun giving a helping hand.
ゆっくり巻いて。ゆっくり巻いて。甘さ。お肉巻けるよ。
As now Aurora have spotted Alliance on their rotation. Remember, Fnatic are on the other side of this, so this is a good distraction for Fnatic. They can move whilst that's happening.
Not moist inside of the compound, which is inside of the zone most importantly. Koifu just been taken down in the kill feed by pricing from VP as well with a Sentinel. Well, MT missed a 360 from the last time we saw him with his gun in his hand. Just a 140 this time. As Verge Pro will be eliminated in the meantime. 5 bullets to work with here for Not Moist.
SSG デッド、VP デ
He
ッ
can
ド。
control so much space with this Kraber as SSG will also fall.
Yeah, SSG gone down. Now only 13 squads remaining. 6 of
サ
them
イトがわ
still
か
on
らな
match
い。
point.
ど
That's
こ
always
で
half
行
the
わ
point
れ
at
て
this
るの。
point. As Alliance are very much being focused by Aurora, who are one of our match point teams, and they've just got the opener to Hackis.
We're gets that first off. They're trying to thirst it right now. Now they can just
フナティックこれ介入できるんじゃない無理か。さすがにちょっと無理か。
Disguised and looking to make a little play here on the back.
ナスキーたちはどこにいるんだこれ。いやだからまだ13部隊いるよだってこれ。
You can get out of dodge sometimes, but they're in a very difficult spot at the moment.
They've got to think about getting to zone though. That's the problem. Straight through Flames got away.
いつの間にか落ちて。
On match point, but
お
just with
リジェクトがワンタッピーを落とす。どういうことロングレンジか。
as well. Elsewhere you can see Nasky got the thirst. And it looks like 07 is still having an influence on this
痛いねー。おいどまい。頑張れフナティック。いけフナティック。破壊するんだ。頑張れフナティック。あれやすです。
Fnatic finds somewhere to call home, but it's not particularly safe. And Aurora just lost one on their rotation. It might be 2, it could be all 3.
Wow.
The match point team goes down.
And it's disguised. The team who was so close at the ALGS Championship to causing what would have been considered one of the biggest upsets we've seen. Well, now they solidified themselves as one of the best in the world, and you would not say a win here.
LG とクラウド9が死んだ瞬間に、いやそんなことないな。まだ結構いるな。びっくりした。
enemy, but this is the advantage of having a Wraith. Maybe an opportunity to get that res through the portal.
Timmy's gonna hit the port. Can they get the body through though? Can they get the res? Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but Yuka F will go down as well. Satsuki now, even though they've got Leica back to his feet, has to hold strong.
It's looking dicey for Fnatic. Dicey for disguised. LG though.
Fnatic のファイト見してよそれ。ファイトしてんだから。勝ってる勝ってる。
They get caustic on it. One player is still alive, but they have
一旦助かった。ヒョードロープに助けられた。
I've just got to say, I feel like Moist are in such a great position here to hold out this side of zone. Let's see what the comms are like.
I think they're going out wide for this team.
Team's gonna move in a second.
みんなも絶対真剣に見すぎてコメント打てんのやろ。
Get more traps down. Running at us, running at us. I can't see anything. Weak. Okay. They're on us, right here.
左に見てあげてこれ。
Careful. I got the barrel in the corner next to you. I'm backing up. Play on me.
左も右も。
Play on me. We safe. No. On me maybe.
I'm gonna eat this one rocket, okay?
Inting.
In barrels.
LG で。フナティックだ。頑張れフナ。いやある。床やって。
You guys gotta get in.
I cracked one of them. Dead. Bang here.
07 eliminate, but it's all up to one.
うわ。
Fnatic will go down.
どんまいや。
Moist will hold. But is it gonna be enough? No.
キョードロープ？いいよ。いいよキョードロープ。
All the meanwhile, I'm still watching from the northern side, but it's disguised that they're fighting up against another match point team. But Reject Winity have the extra player.
They have two down. They just need to find the third. It's gonna be disguised down as well. As Reject Winity now put themselves in the driver's seat.
これはやばい。そこをやり合ってしまうとリジェクトが取ってしまう。いやいいんだけどさリジェクトで。
Reject Winity have held this spot for so long. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG.
頑張れリジェクト。
Now it's about winning
頑張れ。
more. If they can do it,
頑張れリジェクト。
it will be a historic
頑
moment
張れ。
not just for them, but for the ALGS and APAC North.
漫画ウルトもある。ワットソンウルトも溜まってる。あとはブラハのウルトがあるかどうかだな。
And lifting that trophy. Look at C9. Look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place for Reject Winity right now.
頑張れリジェク
You're
ト。
looking at the armors, you're looking at the position.
お前たちがトロフィーをAPACノースに持って帰ってくるんだよ。
And we're about to see them throw down.
I'm going to look around here for loot.
でかっ。
Karapu's going to go wide here, put that gen down, give them something to play around. The fence is going to go down as well, just to get that perimeter up to stop those pushes.
SM がリジェクトに突ってこなきゃある全然。
Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Sangyu gets the first knock onto a member of Serenity. C9 biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winity find themselves a red evos.
マジで
It's a massive.
It's お前が最近鳥肌だったマジで。かっこいい。嬉しいね。前回敗退してるからね。
I mean, it's the first time in years we've even seen an APAC North team get onto match.
すごーい。
Win the entire tournament. Finally, we will crown a new champion that is not Dark Zero, that is not TSM. It will be Reject Winnity that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene as they dominate this last game here in the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs.
What else is there to say? I mean, what again? Match point never disappoints. Apex Legends and the ALGS never disappoints. We have had
優勝トロフィーを掲げるところを見て終わりますか。いやー、すごいなー、嬉しい。やったじゃん。初めてだよー。すごい。
It's incredible to watch this one back because when you look at Reject Winity's POV, right, where they're looking across, and at one point they're probably asking, where are the other two teams? And the other two teams kind of just waiting, hoping that maybe the other team would do something, and maybe they would move first, maybe they would blink first. But Reject Winity, remember, they played for this position so early on.
もうボコボコにするだけやった。
We look at the legends that are used, who can make the difference. Watson allowed them to hold that northern side because of those fences, because of that pylon. And it looks so simple when you watch it back for them, but it was the
うわ、鳥肌。でもやっぱさ、FPS 大国韓国やからさ、すごいな。
Everyone was almost expecting it to be the likes of TSM and Dark Zero.
Well, those three gentlemen, ice cold in those final moments. And this is a moment they would have dreamed of. Put your hands up for your wins.
嬉しそう。おめでとう。よかったね。前回敗退からのさ、ねえ、ルーザーズ。ねえ、決勝行けなくてさ、よかったねー。オブリーカロンプ、いやそうだよ、最強 T1 ね、最強って言われてきてたの。あー、すごーい。オブリーが MVP かこれは。鳥肌がすごい。
Before the beginning of this LAN, there was a lot of talk that NA or EMEA
なんか偉そうにガム噛んでんのめっちゃおもろいな、オブリー。
You guys are holding that trophy. What do you have to say?
대회 초반에 뭐 북미다, 유럽이다.
なんでそんな煽ってんの、オブリー。なんでそんな煽り。
제가 지금 최대한 겸손하게 말하고 싶은데 그냥.
なんでオラついてんだろこんなに。
I just wanna speak very humbly. I would say we are the best.
なんでこんなオラオラなの？めっちゃおもろい。なんでそんな怒ってんの？
Do you guys feel like you'll be getting the respect you deserve on the global stage for Apex?
이제 어떻게 보면 에이펙 노스에서 드디어 이제 우승 소원필 주셨는데.
カロンプスリッパで試合してたの。てかこの人って全員スリッパなんだけど試合すごいな。137キル、7万3000ダメージ。いや待って、ウリーキーマウですよ。もうこれデバイス論争に格付けしてしまった。デバイス論争を終わらせる戦いやん。もうだってもう ねえ、世界一が3キーマウだから、パッドとかキーマウとかのもう論争がもうなくなるんじゃない？
Do you have anybody that has inspired you in your life? And is there anything you would want to say if they were listening right now?
어떻게 보면은 지금 APAC region third team. 어떻게 보면 세 번째로 어떻게 보면 에픽 로스에서 이렇게 우수한 팀이셨는데요. 지금 이 자리에 오기까지 뭐 어떻게 영감을 얻으신 게 있거나 뭐 도움을 주신 게 있다면은
でもコインフルのパッドなかったら終わってた？嬉しいよね、サンちゃん。嬉しいよ、そうだよね、嬉しい。
일단은 지금 팀원들하고 같이 하면서 많이 배웠고요.
So first off, I think I learned a lot from just playing with our teammates.
지금까지 우승한 팀들을 많이 보면서
無理。いや、後ろのあれじゃない、全部リジェクト色に染まってるチャンピオンリジェクトロゴみたいなやつを見てんじゃない？
So he studied a lot, just watching and players from who should be winning tournaments recently. I'm learning a lot.
Crowd, make some noise. So I have a question for you. When you told your parents you wanted to be a professional gamer, what was their reaction?
혹시 이제 부모님이 이제 지금 이제 프로페셔널 게이머 이렇게 생활하고 계신 걸 아시면은 뭐 어떻게 얘기하셨나요? 부모님이 입장에서는?
항상 저희 부모님은 제가 할 수 있는 하고 싶은 거 있으면은 무조건 하라고 하셨고
リジェクトすごい。全部もう世界大会優勝してるよ。持ってるゲームの部門リジェクト。
I will probably say my parents has been very supportive throughout the whole career. Thanks to them, I think I eventually made it to the stage and win the championship.
これは
You gotta love that. Some might say levels. Now, St. June, come here. Come here. We have the MVP trophy for you, the most valuable player. St. June, St. June.
サンジュン。
Crowd, the third ever team in Apex history to win a LAN.
あれ MVP？ サンジョン？あ
ら Rain Day, take us home.
なんか渡し方雑じゃない？
Reject Winity. APAC North has finally escaped the curse of top 10 only. They are top 10, but they're number 1 this time. They got rid of the 0. Reject Winity, congratulations. And representing APAC North as well, it is due time, my friends. We have been waiting, watching, and seeing you perform as a region. Very exciting. And a lot of congratulations from all of us here in the stands and at the desk. Lauren, I mean, looking back at this, they were a team that played like they were going to win this finals. They did, but because it was unprecedented and we had always seen them get so close, we weren't sure. But look at that. They have answered all our questions and then some.
Yeah, and we talked about this from day one. We've just watched APAC North get better and better every single time we get to see them on this global stage. And we knew it was only a matter of time before the trophy changed hands. Even if it was just to a different team within NA, it's not.
私は正式にリジェクトが私がこれまで見た APEX の中で最高のチームですって言ってるよ。
So it's very well deserved, but you knew it was going to happen.
I'm going to keep it humble here. They're just the best.
I heard I'm just the best underneath that as subtext. But let's walk through the highlights of the final match as well, because it took a lot for Reject Winity to get there. Things had to fall their way. There were, I think, 8 teams on match point at that time, between 7 and 8. And so it wasn't always easy, Tip. but they got the job done, and that is a sign of a champion. They proved that they are a champion today.
They really did, and a lot of our squads, we had, 7 or 8 on match point at this time, and throughout we were hoping that some of the teams like Alliance, SSG, big names, including Cloud9, still in the lobby, would be up and able to take down some of our teams on match point and give us another game. But I really started worrying about the positionings that our teams were setting up. A lot of teams called the zone early, realizing that they needed to go
確かに8試合で終わったね。ここのね、でも漁夫に来たのが偉いわ。このダークゼロ、ペロちゃんハウスにいたのに、ここの漁夫にちゃんと来たディレクトが多分もう優勝へのエバックジャンプ。マジで。前の春様みたいに優勝へのバルジャンプをしたのと一緒で。
I tell you who did hold it too early. There was another team that everybody was looking forward to coming into this match, and it was Dark Zero, prioritizing that exact same position. And you can really tell the teams that are playing to win a game of Apex that understand.
キノトラップ最後の試合良かったよね、ちょっと。ちょっとスロースターターすぎたね。あれがずっと続いてればケノトロープも全然転倒あったんねえ。ケノトロープのおかげでちょっとねフナティック助かった時もあったし、上に乗ってるのがケノトロープでよかった。これゆかいさんマジ惜しかったな。何が偉いってカランプが最初に前に出てフェンスをちゃんと張りに行くとこが偉い。でちゃんとオブリーが後ろに残って車線広げずをそのままにしといて、ここでちゃんと耐えてワンマがするっていう。
Most impressive when we were talking about this, Dia, while we were watching, is that once Rejects Winity had that northern position, they were doing these small micro-aggressions that might not have even been necessary, but they were keeping DSG away from them. Once DSG gets removed from the equation, like you said, Tim, then Karampu's splitting off and moving up to place a really far away Jenny when there's 2 other teams in the area. They were willing to take calculated risks in order to secure their win.
It's interesting when you look back at all of this. I mean, there's so many different stories that we could have been talking about as well. Elevate had that big win, and we could have been saying the story of Zach Mazer finishing it out, somehow coming. And then you look at Nasky and Nasky in 07. That could have happened. They had a big win afterwards as well. Dark Zero, they waited 8 months for redemption. They blew the record off of the group stage, and they were on match point twice in Final Fives twice. But it was APAC North. It was their time. Fnatic was the hope. Reject Winity certainly has cemented themselves as the hope of APAC North, but it's no hoping anymore. It's one of the most amazing things that we've seen, guys. It's truly, truly special to look back at it. And I kind of want to start, wrapping this up in a way where we look at this tournament, we look at what this sets up for the next phase of our journey.
見てくれてありがとうございました。本当に本当にありがとう。しんどかったね、今回は。時差がね。そう。いや、ヨーロッパでも同じぐらいの時差なんですけど、ガスプランハバンガのメタに対する戦い方を徹底して強かったですね。やっぱワットソンしか勝たんのよ。よかった、勝てて。また次、本当4日間ありがとうございます。こちらこそ皆さんのおかげで楽しく配信ができました。プロリーグが6月1日から開始して、まあ順当にいけば8月、9月に世界大会がね、もう1回来て、チャンピオンシップになるので、次の世界大会夏かな、もっと暑い時期になるかと思うんですけど、まあプロリーグからね、見ていきたいと思いますので、また。プロリーグでお会いしましょう、皆さん。もう1ヶ月後だね。もう1ヶ月もないんだね。ということで、本当に4日間ありがとうございました。またお会いしましょう。はい、せーの。おつしき。やったよね。ありがとう、バイバーイ。おやすみ。寝るわ。